Oh, you're not gonna like this. I think there's audio now, but it probably sounds terrible. Oh no. Hold on, I can't hear it. Wait a minute. How do I monitor? Test. Is it? I don't know if it's still. Can you guys hear me now? Come on. Why does all my gear break? I just want it to work, okay? That's all I want. It sounds like you have a metal box. Oh, it's the it's the Xbox 360 mic. No. No, that's okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try the good mic in just a sec. We might. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's global. I want global settings. Yeah. I want to disable it. Yes. Okay. So we might have to use the bad mic today. Oh no. I have no idea how bad it sounds. I'm so sorry. But I Okay, I was just saying, so I don't think we're going to get the good mic today, fellas. I had to buy a new cable because I needed a longer one, because I moved all my stuff around. I've got my audio interface set up in a different corner, and I needed a longer cable. And I hadn't tested the cable until just now, and it is apparent that the cable doesn't work. So that is brilliant. That is lovely. I have one more game theory. Okay, hold on. I might try something else. If I plug in the whole interface again. Testing. God damn. So yeah, I don't think it's. Oh my goodness, I'm so frustrated. I'm so sorry. I hate this. I hate the bad mic. Used Xbox mic, found 10U type mic quality. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, by the way, whoever that was. Mr. Crimson. Wow, we got a full Mr. in here. 001, guys, it's the first Mr. Crimson ever. Thanks so much for subscribing, dude. I really appreciate that. Maybe with that I can buy a better cable. Dude, I'm so mad, dude. I was so excited. I was like, man, I get to have my interface and everything, and my mic arm, because I've got this arm in a different corner now, so it can reach me more closely. But the cable doesn't freaking work. All right, well, thanks for bearing with me, fellas. We'll just have to. Yeah, I think. How long have I spent trying to fix this? 5 minutes yet. I don't think it's gonna work. Whoa, what the hell? What the hell? We've got Twitch chat activity going. Why am I moving with this arm? I don't need it. We're going full raw Xbox mic on today. Thanks so much, Mr. Crimson, for gifting 5 subs. Dude, that's legendary, man. I appreciate that. We got a hype train going, dude. We could be like that pirate software and break the. We could break the Twitch hype train record, guys. Let's go. We could do it legit. We could do it for real. All right. How are we all? You don't need to ask me that question because you know how I'm doing, which is horrible because my mic isn't working. I'm going to show you some progress, but how are you guys doing before I start yapping? I hope you're doing better than me. Sounds acceptable if you don't raise your voice. Might want to hold back on the lively YouTuber spirit. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Do I sound like, I swear, I probably sound like that guy from the Xbox 360, The Rage. Calm down, Miss Mimic, ask for Danny G. I'll come out of my house, and I'll break your legs. That's me right now. I'm an angry Xbox live chatter. I'm in Smethwick. Who's that? I think he's in Smethwick, isn't he? Danny G from Smethwick, Birmingham. That's me right now, with this microphone. Blow into the mic. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Might want to add some text saying "good microphone." Okay, yeah, I should do that because everyone's gonna get such a jump scare when they see this. So how do I add text? Can I go to add source? Add source. I want to add just text. I don't want a freaking dynamic box. I don't want a game capture. I just want text. So it's got this big window and I just want text on it. Okay, is there a search? There's too many options here. I want just text. Normal text. Where's text? Baidu cable with this money. Thanks so much, Fox8, for the 20. What currency is that?
With this money.
Sick. Swedish kronas. Thanks so much for the 20 Swedish kronas, Fox8. I really do appreciate it. Streams. I just want text. God. I don't think my headphone audio is working either. Yeah, I think, dude, my headphone audio isn't working. So I can't hear those lovely donations. I can't hear the donation noise. What's going on? Hold on. Why is it... Dude, okay. This happens like once every 3 months, where all my equipment just stops working the minute I need it to. Alright, I'm gonna go... That's it. I'm going monitor audio. So we're using the bad speakers. And we're using the bad mic. And I've only got one bad camera, so we're using bad everything today. Okay, now where's text? Can I control F? No. Text. 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 Color, image, scene, image, instant, follower goal, tip goal, spin wheel, emote. What the hell is all this stuff? What is this for? Credits, media share, bit goal. What the? I just want like a text box. Is there no way to make it just? I swear there's a way to make a text box. I've done this before with Streamlabs, but they keep changing the software. Where? Scene, image, text. Okay, finally. Oh my god, why was that buried? God, I hate modern software so much. Alright. I don't want an existing... No, I don't want an existing source. I just want to add a new source. There we go. That's all I want. Oh my god, that was complicated. Oh my god. Alright. So now I've got text. I have no idea where it's put it. Arial, yeah, sure, why not? We'll use the bad font too, we'll use Arial. Mic issues, audio issues, we going Xbox 360 mic to... Happy 2006. That'll do us. See, we'll make it a joke, and then it's funny. Then it's not a problem. It's a happy accident, as Bob Ross would say. Yes, I want anti-aliasing. I want a nice black outline too, if you don't mind. Hold on, Twitch, just a second. All my chat windows are going haywire. Chat's going crazy right now. Why is all my... Oh my... Come on, desktop. I just want you to show me. I just want to see. Yes, I just want my text box. All right. Outlines. Yes, found it. Oh my goodness. Why is it a white outline? No, disgusting. Get me the black outline. Yes. Why the hell is white the default? That's stupid. All right. 3. Okay. Is that good enough text? I gotta put this. Okay. That should be a good enough placement, right? I don't have my margins turned on, but that should. Okay. That should do it. Now, can I copy this? And we'll paste. Paste reference. Okay, now we're in business. Now we're in business, guys. Welcome to 2006. Glad you could all join me. I wanted to now. For some reason, all my windows are super small now for no goddamn reason. Okay. Oh, finally. All right. Thanks so much, Mr. Cripps, for gifting 5 tier 1s. Legend, dude. Thanks so much. I earned a hype chest. What the hell is that? What is all this stuff, man? Okay. Streaming used to be simple. Now it's super complicated. Now you have to have a working cable, and you have to have all the bits and stuff. I don't know what's going on. Conketo Man says, doesn't sound that bad. Thank you. Sounds like a classic phone put on speaker. Speaking of which, I know this is a little tangent. I promise I'll get into my progress in just a second. But I found this really cool singer yesterday that does that actually deliberately. It's really cool. I'm just trying to remember her name. Girl who sings into phone. It was really cool. It was like the coziest music. Juliana Chahid. I don't know how to pronounce that. But this is sick. You guys got to check this out. Okay, it's got a bunch of TikTok links, and I can't watch TikTok. I actually have it blocked on my network because I hate it. But I don't know. I found out about her on like Spotify or something. But she does this cool thing where she like records music singing into an old landline phone. And it's really cool. It's like what I'm doing right now, except music, and way more aesthetic and cooler. But yeah, check that out. How do I pronounce him? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Well, if you just search "girl who sings in the phone," you will find it. But it's like Juliana Chahid. So very, very cool music, very cozy. That's what I've been listening to this week. Now, Mr. Crimson, you were born in 06? Oh my god, that's crazy. Am I old? 06 wasn't that long ago. Bro, we got how long ago was 2006? That's like 19 years ago, I think. It's 2025. Oh man, that is 19 years ago. God damn. Wow, we got 06 babies in chat. Literal fetuses in chat right now. Alright, so please make the image quality 144p and then put a Family Guy funnies in the corner. Dude, well, one thing I do own, I do have a iToy camera, but I don't have drivers for it. So maybe next week, if I can get the drivers working, I can use a PlayStation 2 iToy camera. And we'll have the bad audio, the worst mic, and everything. It'll be great. It'll be golden times. I don't know. Now I'm curious. If you guys keep asking me to drop the quality to 480p. Can I do that? Settings. I don't think I can do it while it's No, I can't do it while it's broadcasting. No. Well, my camera is basically, it's 720p, the actual webcam part, so. And I think my desktop, you wouldn't be able to read anything at 480p. But next week, I'll look into next week doing 1440p. So anyway, Mr. Crimson, oh man, 06 babies are in college now? What? It's crazy. Stop growing up, okay? You're making me feel old. Alright, so more progress on this devlog. I would show you the audio. Actually, I can try, but it's gonna sound awful. with this setup, unless maybe I turn on desktop audio. I'm going to try. So I won't be, I don't know if there'll probably be like an echo or something. So I don't know, you guys tell me how bad this is. But here's how the video has been coming along. So I've been doing what I've been wanting to do for ages, which is I've got all of this footage in this little bin off to the side here. These are all my daily logs or so from when I was doing Gabby's model, of me like messing around in Blender and complaining, pretty much. And I've got it intercut now. This is an example of what it would feel like. I still have some missing B-roll, but this is sort of it in practice, where I'm intercutting between the daily footage and the narration. So I think I've got another example here. I might have shown bits of this last week, but this is sort of how it's coming together for those that are curious. I just got to wait for because I'm running a file transfer as well. I finally got all my SSD stuff working, so I have a little enclosure now with a bunch of flash storage that's huge, and it's going to have I'm going to be moving all of this onto it, which I'm doing right now. So it might take a little bit longer to media pending this. I left it overnight, but it's probably going to go on for another 2 days, I'd imagine, based on how much stuff there is. So, Mad Goose changed the quality to 144p on YouTube. Thank you. Dude, yeah, so that's what you got to do, guys. I won't be able to change it from here, but if you guys want the authentic 2006 experience, you got to go to the little settings icon in the player and change the quality to the lowest number, and you'll be good. Yeah, that's how yeah. Just a question, ask Chainsaw. Will this be compatible with Steam Deck? You mean the game? Great question. I don't know yet. I don't think Steam Decks are even for sale in Australia yet. Or if I have seen them, like imports that are on sale for like $1,000. So I don't have access to the hardware. I don't know when I will get access to it, or if I can get access to it without paying an arm and a leg for it. But I have a suspicion that in terms of how it runs, my current guess, this is not a promise, this is just my intuition, this is what the voices in my head tell me. They tell me that it should be okay, because I'm not using a lot of modern rendering stuff. I've like turned a lot of it off, so there's no DSLS, TSAA stuff going on. There's none of that in the game. There's no screen space effects going on. It's all just baked lighting, forward rendering. My guess is that should run decent on a Steam Deck, but again, this is coming from someone who's never touched one or used the one or has even looked at the specs. I'm just hoping that if I'm super conservative with my technology use in Unreal, then it should work in the most places. But that's just a guess. Okay, it's probably going to run better than it did a year ago on a Steam Deck, but I haven't tested it myself. 2 days on an SSD, how many terabytes are you transferring? Well, it's transferring from a HDD, so that kind of bottlenecks it a little, I think. And it's about like 7 terabytes of stuff, so it's going for a bit. So anyway, I'll show you the little preview of how this is sort of coming about with the big episode I've been working on for ages. This is like one of the scenes with the narration and the dailies cut together and B-roll. So I'll give this a play. Oh, come on. Come on, Premiere. Is all my software just not going to work today? Is this how it's going to be? Okay, hold on. I'll lower the quality here to 1/4.
With her drawn from the front, the side, and the back, I imported that into my 3D program and started tracing it with the box tool. But that's not how Arc System Works do it. Instead, they just get a normal render of the character and they're resting.
Can you guys hear that, by the way? Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Idle pose. They put that in the 3D program and start modeling a low poly version of the character next to it, completely freehand. They then rig the mesh to a skeleton before even finishing it to match the pose of the original drawing. So I started shaping my default Blender cube into something resembling a humanoid. My 3D modeling had gotten a bit rusty since last time, so I used some...
When I do when I do transitions like this, if I'm doing like 10 things in the background like I am right now, it'll just freeze frame it. So,
reference from B-Roy as a rough starting guide before feeling out the proportions on my own. This approach was a bit scary to get used to at first, because with the conventional way of doing it, there's a certain comfort in having the character's proportions and details clinically planned out on a reference sheet, but Matomata...
And when I do a time-lapse like this, if I'm running it just in the... This is why I want to move it to the flash drive, okay? Because if I'm running it off the 3.5-inch drive now, and it's like... Whenever I do time-lapse, it's like 2 FPS, really slow. So don't worry about that. It's not going to be like that for the final video. Come on, just play the movie.
Believes that to get that X factor when translating from 2D to 3D requires more work than just mindlessly tracing reference. Instead, the artist must be mindful to nail the character's overall charm and impression, only focusing on matching the pose and silhouette. And this attitude they approach their work with opened my eyes to a lot of what I got wrong with their first model. I had the shader and I had all the details modeled in exactly as they were drawn on the reference. But because I didn't nail it...
Dude, this frame rate is killing me right now. It's usually not this bad. Usually when I play it back it's like smoother, but I think it's because I'm doing like a robo copy in the background, so that could be why.
I didn't pose her like an anime character.
It seems like when I do keyframing, if I do any animation, it freezes, it seems. And then the white transition just destroys it. But yeah, there's lots of time lapse.
It's more than just making a character that is anime shaped. So that's what a lot of people think. It's like, oh, it's gonna have the big eyes and the small.
Okay, so this part, it's meant to be showing my desktop, but I'm just gonna wait for the program monitor to catch up. God. You know what's funny to think about? So when they were making like Star Wars, right? Like the prequels, they were making those films on like technology worse than this. Like they were using CRT displays with like 768p monitors, and somehow they were able to edit these feature-length films with all the CG on that. So I guess I shouldn't complain too hard. It's not that bad as in 2000, but still. So this is now away from the narration, and this is like my daily footage.
People think that, oh, it's gonna have the big eyes and the small mouth and the hair and whatever, but that's more to it. Now I was going.
But the program monitor keeps freezing, so it's because I don't know if I can. I'll try and keep playing. It's just you're gonna see the program monitor freeze.
Model sheet and draw out the proportions of them, and I made a start on that, but then I started actually modeling the base mesh. So I was going back and forth between sketching the T-pose of the character and then just making it in Blender. I've just used Gabby's old suit, but I think I might have to change some of the design, because some of these bits around the joints, how I've done the knees and stuff, don't really work as well. I really want to give her knee pads, which I do.
So, yeah, so I'm just gonna, when I pause it, it catches up and shows what I'm showing. So I'm talking about here how I wanted to redesign. I don't end up doing it here. I do it a lot later, but this is sort of like the first week in which I start ideating about redesigning the suit. So, I mean, I don't know. The rest of it you can... It's because, yeah, I'm having a bit of technology problems today, so I won't show all of it, because it probably sounds terrible, but it's... The final video is it's going to sound good. It's not going to be on the crap mic or anything. It's going to be great. So at the moment I'm working on the scene about rigging, and because this first, I'm sort of divided it up into chapters. So acts you could call them, kind of like a play. So Act 1 is like the YouTube intro for the engagement, so it's very fast. Act 2 is like the setup. And like, I tried this and it didn't work. I started researching all the Arc System stuff, and then now I'm in business type deal. Act 3 is like the first actual progress, or I'm doing the low poly, comparing it to Gabby's old model, sort of having just the low poly be already better than the old one. And then Act 4 is like high poly. So that's going into, yeah, it'll be easier if I just explain it, so that we aren't waiting for the video to buffer. But basically, yeah, I'm talking about how sort of the things you have to think about when doing high poly in this that you don't have to think about normally when you're doing any kind of model normally. So I'm comparing like the difference in workflow between sculpting, which I did for her old one, and just straight box modeling, which I did for this one. So I didn't do any sculpting, I didn't do any decimating, it was all just box only. And then there's all these little tricks you have to do with the topology for this art style only, not for any other use case, but just when you're doing anime cell shaded models, there's like tricks that I did not understand while I was doing it, but I came to understand as I was doing it. So I kind of started off observing, oh, Arc System Works do this thing with their edge loops. I don't understand what it's for, but I'm going to imitate it and see what happens. And I would show you if yeah. So there's little bits like this in the elbow where you can see that even without the like, this is just automatic weights at the moment. Even without doing any of the weight painting stuff, which I don't know if any of you guys that have done rigging, you'll know how much of a pain this is when you've got to go through vertice by vertice and adjust the value to be to be all cool and to bend. What I was able to show here is that the limbs actually were bending pretty good already, just with the automatic values, without any manual adjusting, just with the right placement of the vertices first, which I wasn't able to achieve with the old model, where there was just too many unintentional vertices everywhere that made the auto weight suck, and it meant a lot of time later manually trying to tweak it and make it better. But it turns out if you just plan the topology and do it just perfectly the first time, you don't have to spend as much time later. You save a lot of time in the long run. So that's sort of the next scene after this that I've been working on is about the hairstyle, which also went through a lot of changes, because her previous hair was all very layered, whereas her new one, it's more even, where it's all coming down to one length rather than being layered, sort of choppy like that. So there was a lot of stuff that went into that as well. I'm just going to quickly see, do I need to make the text, hold on, because some of you guys now are complaining, what is this mic, what is this? I'm going to make the font bigger so you guys know what's going on this little pop-up. Maybe I should put this in like the middle, or maybe up here. Is that, what's the line of sight, what's the graphic design expert move here? How do I make this bigger? Or maybe, can I make it bold? Yes, Arial bold, perfect. Authentic 2006 font. I'll put it on different lines so it's more readable. And then we'll make this, how do I make this font bigger? I don't know if there's a way to do it. Oh, I found it. We'll go 48. There we go. All right, now it should be obvious. Now it's clear. I think 2006 people had a better mic. No, shut up. They didn't. I was there, okay. I was there 19 years ago. I saw the kinds of mics people had, all right? They were no better than this, okay? I'll have you know. I wasn't like you guys, or I was born in 2006, okay? I was actually around, okay? I was using microphones in 2006. So I, of all people, I know what it was really like. You guys are just... you just hearsay. It's just trolling. You guys are just a bunch of trolls. Okay, I'm trying to... performance mode. There we go. At least we can understand what he's saying. I hope so. I guess since people are going to look at you as a better placement, yeah, thanks. Video quality isn't bad though? Yeah, so it's still using my desktop audio, and that was recorded with the good mic, back when I had the shorter cable that was better. But yeah, Yeah, so the video quality is fine, okay? I just gotta buy a new cable and we should be good. Yeah, God, I'm just so annoyed. I'm just... Anyway. So, there's been a few other things that I've been up to as well, because that's been the video side, but I always end up working on like 5 things at the same time, so I'm gonna give that a save. In terms of website stuff, it's mostly just been tedium of like fixing missing attachments. I'll show you what some of that's like. It's super boring, but I'll show you because this is what these weekly progress streams are about. I'm going to show you the boring stuff too, because there's a lot of the posts I'm fixing now are the non-Gabby's model stuff. So some of these posts, for instance, are talking about like the new key artwork, new logos, which was quite fun. And then there's some stuff here going into the trench broom. So this will eventually become a video, some of these, especially ones like this, where I'm talking about the levels and the BSP stuff. And I've got a bunch of other... you guys probably haven't seen a lot of this before, because... it's hard to know what is worth making a video about. But I've got a bunch of like mock-ups of like logo concepts, key artwork, and man, I have so much I want to say just about this topic, which I guess I say a lot in these posts. Which I'm almost finished with like organizing it all and having it ready to publish. There's just a few things standing in the way still. But man, I will say, because with key art, this is something I'm super passionate about. Like before I even started the game, I already had in my head what the artwork on the box or whatever, or not the box necessarily, like I don't know if we'll get lucky enough to do like a physical thing, but the like the Steam art or something, like the capsule image. Even from like day one I had an idea on what feeling you should have, and I think that is super important if you're gonna... This is like sort of a bit of game dev wisdom, perhaps game dev advice. There was some dude I was watching yesterday. He was in like the game dev YouTube scene a few years ago, and he did all these tutorials and like guides and communities and stuff. He was like a community builder, but he also tried to work on games. And he like uploaded for the first time in 4 years the other day. And he was talking about like it was like a post-mortem of the games he had worked on. And he started with like this 2D platformer that was a bit like Happy Meat... no, what's the name? Meat Boy? Why did I call it Happy Meat Boy? I don't know. Meat Boy. It was like sort of a Meat Boy type game, and then he had like a just top-down strategy game and stuff. And it was interesting to hear his experience because a lot of them financially did very poorly and lost money. And he also had... This is something I also did at some point and tuned away from, which is that he was over-relying on external feedback for input on what to do with the game. Now, I like having input from time to time. I know I've become a bit more Luke Skywalker on the mountain over the last year or so. I've become a bit more seclusionary. But that's why I've got to remember to stream every week, so I don't start drinking blue milk or something. But I think there is a balance to be reached with community input and your own thing, like your own intuition. There is a line that you shouldn't cross with it, and I think the line is when you crowdsource your intuition to other people. I think that's when you crossed a line that is like, you're going to have a real tough time making any decisions ever if you're crowdsourcing your intuition. You can crowdsource other things though, like you can crowdsource criticism or suggestions to improve it or what have you, and that's fine. I think that's the way it should be. But this guy, he seemed to make the mistake of like letting, like completely not thinking about like what he wanted in terms of the intention of the game and the purpose of the game and all the intuitions you would have that would help you make choices, because there are things like decision fatigue that come up, especially with more complex games, if you're doing like a strategy game especially. And I don't know if he connected the dots together, but he did mention this was like a factor that made it hard for him to work. But if I had to condense it to a word, I would say outsourcing intuition was the problem. Anyway, that's a bit of a whole separate thing. But another thing but what that disallowed him from doing, if he crowdsourced his intuition, it meant that he didn't really understand why he was making his games. And if you don't know that, when you have to sell them, I think that becomes an issue. And evidently, this guy struggled a lot with trying to sell it. So he talked about his releases and said that, there was like weeks leading up to launch where I was streaming every day and whatever, and I tried so much, but like one person played it or something. And I think what that is that the players can tell if you don't know what you want, because the marketing will reflect it. Any images, like what I'm showing, this is kind of related to what I'm showing here, because this was something I kind of struggled with while making these, getting to the point where I could make images like this. Because to make an image like this, you can't just have graphic skills. You can't just, I know how to use white outline, soft gradients, and like, if I just do that, I can make a good capsule. Like, it's not quite like that. You have to first know the spirit of the game. So this was the final iteration I ended up going with. But you need both visual and like spiritual certainty about what you're making to know what choices to make for the capsule image, which is ultimately the first impression anyone gets. And what I would imagine happened to this other guy is, because he had crowdsourced that intuition out and didn't know like what I'm making and why and who I'm making it for, because the who is always changing because it's such a huge group that all have different preferences. And because he didn't have a firm grasp on it, I think it would have made it difficult to get to this stage where you're making key artwork and you're writing copy about what is the game, what are the key features, because these are all like things that I haven't really talked about in my videos, but this is something I think about all the time. And it's something you have to... I've noticed that all the successful games know this, and all the unsuccessful games don't. That's just what I've observed. Now, there's a lot more to it than just knowing it. There's a lot more to it. You've got to get everything else right too, which is probably way harder than I can imagine even. But I have noticed the ones that do well, in addition to everything else they do right, they get this right, where they know all the key features, they know how to summarize it in a sentence, really succinctly, and not in a boring way. Like it makes it so that when you read the paragraph, when you look at the back of the box, it'll have a paragraph about like, time is run out for Ratchet and Clank or something like that. I don't think people realize that there is like a professional guy whose job it is to write that text, a copywriter usually. It's like that's their one job, is we got to come up with the best copy ever, and you can't do that without certainty. And you don't get certainty, I don't think, without intuition. And if you outsource intuition, you can't then achieve all the stuff that comes with intuition, like knowing the right copy, knowing the right key artwork. Because you don't really know what you're making. There's a book, I don't know if I've got it. I think I might have borrowed it to someone. There is a book about this that's quite good that I would recommend. It was written, I think it was written in the 80s, but it does apply very much still to this day, by Harry Beckwith, called Selling the Invisible. I read this a few years ago, and it's quite good. It's more about service, not product marketing. It's more about like people running businesses, of like if you do hairdressing or if you solder computers. This will give you a lot of insight on what it is you're actually doing. So for an example, just like what it kind of suggests, you think of like McDonald's, right? What do McDonald's sell? I want to see if you guys can guess. We'll do chat interaction now. My monologue over. Chat interaction time. Talking about marketing. But what do McDonald's sell? I'll see if anyone can get the right answer. Sounds like a trick question. It almost sounds too simple. But I guarantee you will guess wrong. Sierra says graphic skills are great and all, but you also have to you have to know what the game is going for tonally. Yeah, absolutely, that as well. That's something I spent a lot of time figuring out. Absolutely. Video games? No, silly, they don't sell video games. Actually, no, that is true. That is actually true. and I'm going to explain. So for those that don't know, back in the old days, I don't know if they do this now, but back when McDonald's restaurants weren't designed like brutalist sculptures and were actually a place you could go to and have fun, they used to have these things called Happy Meals. And sometimes in a Happy Meal, you'd get a game. An actual little Game Boy thing. So actually, yes, McDonald's have sold video games. True. Fox8 says burgers. Cybersocial says chefs don't ask the customer what ingredients to make the 5-star ravioli. The chef tastes and thinks. That's a good way of putting it, Cybershell. Yeah, outsourcing intuition. But anyway, so Fox8, you've got probably the answer I think everyone is thinking, which is McDonald's sells burgers, which is wrong. Okay? It's not what they sell. I'm going to tell you what they actually sell. Because what you're seeing, okay, you're seeing the visible. You're seeing what you think that they're selling, what you see. But so do, okay, McDonald's sells burgers. So do 500 other restaurants. But there's only one McDonald's. There is only one establishment with the reputation of McDonald's that everyone always chooses over the 500 other people that are also making burgers. And you know what's funny is that some of these people will be better than McDonald's at making burgers. Way better. Sometimes even cheaper. Sometimes even both, where it's way better and way cheaper. And the burgers are just superior in every way. But nobody knows about them, nobody cares, and everyone just picks McDonald's. You want to know why? Because McDonald's, alright, they have something invisible that they have that these other restaurants don't, and that's what makes them the number one. Sierra, you've guessed it, correct. Familiarity, that's precisely it. McDonald's are not selling burgers, they sell consistency and familiarity. They sell the experience of no matter where you go, you always know what you're getting. You always you have expectations of what it is, and they are consistent across every branch, with some localized changes for different countries. But if you go anywhere, if you go into Australia, you go to any McDonald's in Australia, it's all the same. And and you might ask, well, why does that make them the best? Why is consistency alone? How is that just good enough? What if the burgers are actually dog water? What if how can he keep getting away with it if the burgers are so bad or whatever? And why do people care about convenience? Well, if you're out in public, which is where you would be if you were at a McDonald's, and you need to make a choice, you're hungry, your decision making is impaired, and you need to make a choice about what to eat, and you want to eat quickly and now. What you don't want to do is deliberate for 30 minutes over and risk assess which burger might be the best one, and opportunity cost, the whole thing of if we go to this restaurant and if we pay this amount, no, that's not what. Yes, you might get a superior burger that way, but you're hungry now, and the cost of making the choice now, you negate whatever advantages you have of getting a better burger by the fact that you make the choice now and you know what you're going to get. And that evidently is more valuable than the quality of the burger, which is why McDonald's beats everyone at this stuff. And that's what they're actually selling. And anyway, so this guy Harry Beckwith, he figured this out in when was this published? 1997. So that's even older than you 2006 babies. This was way before then. And yeah, pretty good book, I would recommend. And you might ask, well, Raymond, why are you yapping about McDonald's? You're a game developer. What the hell does that have to do with you don't work at McDonald's? No, not yet anyway. But the point is that games are kind of the same, and to go back to the story of this guy who I was talking about that came back to YouTube after a while and had all these failed games, it's evident to me, and this is not I'm not trying to put him down or anything and say that he's stupid. No, it's just a lot of, this is hard to work out. It's taken me 5 years to figure this out. But I think his key failure that he could learn from is that he didn't know the invisible. He didn't know what he was actually selling. And that's an issue I see with a lot of developers where, they kind of want to be, I want to be a game developer and I want to make games, but they don't really have an image or a calling in their head of what specific game they need to make or why. And that's why they'll end up going from like a 2D platformer to a roguelike to a strategy game. They kind of go all over the place because they like making stuff, but they don't know why they like making stuff, and they don't know what to make and who to make it for. And I don't think those are problems you can solve by just making more games, which is, I think that's how a lot of people try to solve it. Is if I make 10 more games, and maybe that can work sometimes, but if you just make 10 games and you don't ask the questions, and you're just focused on like, oh, I gotta get them out every month or whatever. Like that's something that people do, where it's like every month we gotta have a game out every month, and you don't have enough time to think about solving those problems, which is really what you want to be solving. Because once you solve it, you don't need to release 12 games in a year. You can just release one, and it'll be targeted, made intentionally, and that will probably do better. This is just conjecture and just my intuition talking. This is what I'm betting my strategy on, is that you just make the one, and it's so deliberate that it just outshines the 12 you would have made in that time. That's sort of I don't know, it's probably a temperamental thing. Not everyone's probably cut out to spend so long on one thing either, so that's whatever. But at least in my case, that's sort of my priority is that. Anyway, so knowing all the invisible, what you're really selling, it leads to all these sort of decisions like the logo, the font choice, the composition, the colors, the style, all of it. It all kind of relates. And even gameplay mechanics. Like this kind of infects everything. And you will know when a game does this if you look really hard at it for a few years, usually. Like, usually for me, I'm now able to notice it faster, but back like a few years ago, it would take me like, I'd have to spend about a year with the game to start seeing what actually was going on with it that made it really good. Because they do hide it really well, which is kind of it's a pretty awesome as well, that it can be hidden so great. Because ultimately, because at the end of the day, the player won't notice. The player's not supposed to notice. They aren't supposed to be thinking about all the marketing stuff when they play it. All they know is, wow, I really like this. This is sick. I'm going to tell my friend about it. That's all they need to know. And if you try to add more to it, I don't know. I don't think it works too well if you try to make it too obvious. They need to have their scope and focus limited just to the stuff that will connect with them really and find fun. So for them, unless they spend a year studying it, they won't pick up on any of that, as you know, because you want to keep it out of the way for the fun. But if you don't figure it out, then they will notice. And this is sort of what I noticed about this guy's game, is that I was looking at his Meat Boy-like game. I was looking at his other one after that, and then he did a few like physical games too. And I was looking at all of them, and I noticed this pattern in all of them where it felt like, you know, there was no cohesion, there was no like spiritual call from it to me. And maybe that's because I'm not the demographic, maybe that's what it is, but I couldn't really imagine who would be playing it. Like, I just couldn't picture it. So anyway, so that's sort of like an element that goes into these sorts of topics like logo design, key artwork, and you can even see how my key artwork has evolved over time. I think I might have so I've got this picture here where I've got the older look at this, man. So this was like my different, you can kind of visually see me figuring this out just with my key artwork. This was like the first one I did like 5 or 6 years ago. And you can tell that the style isn't quite there. The shading is like too painterly. The proportions are wrong. The focal point of the eye is off. Like, you look at this and your eye is not going anywhere. Like, your eye kind of gets drawn to her tank top because it's the highest contrast thing. But that's not on purpose. It wasn't. That was unintentional, and you can kind of feel. You don't feel anything strong about this really. It feels. The impression is soft. And then this one's a little better, but the colors, it's a bit too green. The logo is not really great. There's a lot of like superfluous detail with the reflections, and there's like a random lens flare in the corner for no reason. The glow on the outline of the character is like too strong, and I've got all the chicken scratch marks on drawing too. And then when you start getting into these are using the 3D model, so you can hide some of these flaws better. But these were like different concepts of trying poses and logos and colors. And you can start to see like that the image almost talks more loudly, if you could say. Like the gain or the amplification is like 10 times, and like it sucks in your attention even more. But here I'm still doing some things wrong probably, with there's just too much going on. And then when I settle on like this, there's very, like if I have it small like this, your eye is kind of like, you know how like a coin goes down a well? Like those little wishing well things where you take the coin and it goes like that? That's sort of what my eye is doing here, where it goes in the middle and sees the logo, and then it sort of goes outwards with like across her leg and to her hand and to her foot, sort of in like a circle. And that's on purpose, because I tried to pose it to be in that kind of golden Pareto principle spiral. So if you took the golden ratio and overlaid it, it would line up, whereas the other ones it wouldn't. Anyway, I probably yapped too long about visual branding, but you know, that's just some stuff to think about, right? Oh, we got Mike chat here. The mic picks the sound good, but it's vibrating. Bad mics have noise. Your mic has no noise. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Well, this isn't my usual mic. Okay, this is the webcam mic. This is the mic I usually use. It's a really good one. The Shure SM7B. It's a really good one. Timeless. They've been making this since the 70s. It's just my cable is not working in my interface at the moment. So I've got to resort to my I call it the Xbox mic. So, hey Cosmic, good to see you. Master Crimson says they sell the brand. True, but in I guess in a less corporate lens, a brand is kind of an attitude or a spirit. That's sort of how I see it artistically. When you're selling a brand, you're selling a spirit or a way you go about something, or an attitude you go about something. So if you think about brands under that lens, things will start to make more sense. And if you ever come across a case where a brand has an ambiguous spirit, you come across a logo or a key artwork. You can probably do this on Steam right now. You can probably find examples of this right now. Go to Steam right now, you will notice that anything on the front page does not have this problem, because it's on the front. That's why it's on the front page, is that it doesn't have this problem. But if you go and look at anything new, like new releases, anything that came out like 2 seconds ago, you will start to notice just from the thumbnails that there is ambiguity in the spirit, where maybe the developer themselves doesn't really know. Like, it was kind of like, oh, I want to make a game, but the intention is just that. Like, it isn't, what do I want my game to do? How do I want the game to make people feel? It's more like they have ignored those questions, and it's as if I just want to make a game because, I don't know, I want to be a game dev, or whatever the thing is. Very common. So I don't know if you can kind of, like, some of this I can kind of get a sense for. Like, something like this, for instance. Not to be harsh, but it's like, when was this released? Today? I think this would have a few reviews already if this image they were using on the front was, you know, not just the default Twitter background with brown text. Like, that doesn't really tell me enough. This doesn't tell me enough. The spirit is ambiguous. I don't feel an emotion looking at this. Like, and you'll notice that all the games on the front page, you feel there's emotion to it. Like, even this thing with the Steam Racing Fest, this is not even a game, this is just a branding for their festival. The font choice and the color choice makes you feel like you're at what are the racing events called, like Daytona or something, like that kind of font that you see used, like, oh, this makes me feel fast, this makes me feel like I'm in a garage, or, you know, like those car games where they have like the Lightning McQueen trailer, when he's inside the trailer and he's got all of his trophies. That's the feeling I get looking at this picture. It takes me to a mental place. Or Stardew Valley, this is a great example. You know, you look at the image, you look at the clouds, and it's pixel art, so this isn't a fidelity thing where if you just use pixel art, it's automatically bad. No, it's not like that at all. If, you know, even if you do use like low fidelity artwork like pixel art, and this is actually, dude, I just realized how great, because you know how I always complain about this stuff, right? Where I look at a game with a cover image and it looks nothing like the game. This looks exactly like the game. That's incredible. It's literally the same assets. The tree is the same. Dude, oh my god. Because that's so rare, isn't it? All the time, I was at the store a few weeks ago, because I'm curious, I like to look at box artwork. I just go and look. And every time, man, it's always like a game that looks like this, but it has like my key artwork like what I would do, where it's like a hand like this. And it's like, no, that doesn't go. Like, that's misleading. But Stardew Valley, man, that's perfect. I mean, there's no wonder this sold so well. You think that's an accident? Because it isn't just because this has a very unambiguous spirit. This is clear, and it delivers the promise. That's the other ingredient. It has to make a promise and keep it, and it's doing all of it. And it's, oh, wow, what a coincidence! It happens to be one of the best-selling games ever. I wonder if all those factors have something to do with it. But then you got something like this, right? And it's like, this doesn't make a promise. This doesn't make you feel anything. It does use the same style as the game, I'll give it that, but it isn't enough. I need more. I want more. I know I shouldn't. That's what you want. Anyway, so maybe I should maybe that is worth a devlog. I don't know. I always wonder if that's like too boring to make a video about, because I'm sure like most gamers just don't care, but I think it's really cool. Like, this is stuff I obsess over. I would want to have one day I'd like to have just a whole wall, or just a gallery of like framed cover art of like the sickest games. Because I don't know, there's some really good ones out there. Hopefully mine will end up being one of those. But yeah. So that's, in terms of the website stuff, it's just finding missing attachments for all these posts. I'm currently in the progress of, there's like a few missing images on this post I'm fixing up, where I'm showing off like trench broom, when I was learning that for the first time like a few months ago. So I've got a bunch of stuff I've written about that I just need to, I've got the attachments on the drive somewhere that I just got to find. Speaking of design though, there is another thing I've been cooking that I'll get open. I'll check chat first. I've been yapping too long. I'll have a reciprocal conversation for a moment, and then I'll show you the next thing I've been doing. Casual Player says, I do see the emotion. It's probably because they have good ideas for their front page in their games. Yeah, probably. I guess the fact that they even have an idea in the first place is a thing. Because I've noticed that the ones that don't get it right tend to not have an idea. And it's like, oh, I need to make a picture. I'll just ad hoc come up with something. But there's no vision. There's no like, oh, 6 months or a year ago, I knew what this picture had to look like, and I'm not going to make it. It's more like, oh, I need to publish this in a week. I need to have an image, and I can't afford an artist, so I'll just put something together. There's no intention, and that's probably why, like, I know people say to hire an artist, but it's not that hard to learn. Like, I didn't hire an artist, and I think I've done a decent job. I've got those wish lists. Okay, I've got some wish lists in there in the bank. So I'd say you don't need to hire an artist. You can just make one. You just have to think. That's literally it. You just got to look at it and think for like a few hours, and then do the thing, and then yeah. Sierra says there was a YouTuber that made a good video about fonts. Oh hell yeah, dude! I gotta watch this. Actually got me to change up the font in my game and learn. Oh, you gotta say what video is it called? I'm gonna watch this later, because I've actually been thinking about that very topic this week. Fonts in video games. I'll just search up that and see what comes of it. Tyler Seller says, we just gotta believe. Yeah, it's just like Mindy says from SpongeBob. Just like Princess Mindy says. And what happened when SpongeBob and Patrick believed? They took the crown, saved the crown for Mr. Krabs. And it worked. Alright, I think I found the video by Juniper Dev. Is this actually a dev? Okay, it's a game dev channel. But we'll check it out. I'll put this on my watch later. But yeah, man, I've been obsessing over fonts for many years. Okay, but this week in particular, I've been going pretty crazy. Cybercell says, oh sorry, I've read your message. Cosmic says, I'm sort of trying to make my own portfolio site and have works that can elicit strong emotion, and the fact that you take care to make sure even deceptively small elements like this are accounted for as part of the presentation of a given work of art speaks volumes of why I admire. Oh, stop it, you. No, but thanks. Well, I don't know, like, these aren't my ideas, okay? These aren't really my ideas. These probably, like, older people had figured this out. All the greats had figured this out. So I really would admire them, because they've actually gone and done it. I haven't accomplished it yet. But I think it is important. Like, one thing that annoys me so much, because it does bother me. Maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe it's good to be bothered by stuff like this, because there's plenty of people I know that aren't. I'll just get the post open again with the work in progress ones, because you see some evolution here, right? Now, there are people I know that spent years on a game, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They had, like, all the resources, they had all it going for them, but they omitted, like, they ignored all of this. And I always had a feeling, like, as I was talking to them, I might have talked about this team before, but it was really a tragic story, but I remember it for this reason, so that I don't make the same mistake. But these guys, they clearly wanted to, like, they wanted to be able to go up to people and say that I made a game, more than, they cared more about that than the game. Because I think if they cared about the game, all these little choices that I'm talking about here, they would have cared more about. And with these guys, I remember it was so irritating. I don't want to show the picture because I don't want to, like, out these guys or whatever. Like, I don't want to, like, keep them anonymous so that people don't brigade them or whatever. But I was really, like, close to them, especially with the lead. And I remember he would show me work in progress trailers and work in progress key art and stuff. And all of them have these symptoms, like, like when you're sick and you get a sore throat? It's like that stuff. They have all these little symptoms that it's like, oh, this is a symptom of an ambiguous spirit. But I didn't know how to word it. And I didn't know that would be a crippling thing. Because when I was listening, because I hadn't really thought about any of this really yet, but I was noticing it. And the reason I didn't say anything at the time is that I assumed, oh, well, these guys are higher status than me, and they're not thinking about it, so maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe I'm worrying too much about it, or maybe I'm crazy. But then when I saw their game come out, and saw the consequences of them not thinking about any of this, I stopped believing that, and went, oh, okay, no, I was right all along, that this stuff did matter, and they were kind of naive or arrogant to think that they didn't have to think about this. So for instance, like their Steam banner images, they spent maybe a day on them, which is not enough time. I've spent years on my ones, and you can see the evolution. I've got, like, version 1 from, like, 2018, 2021, and then, like, 2024. Like, this has gone through years of iteration. Now, if you're a pro, if you're, like, an expert 20 years in the industry, like some people, you won't need to spend 5 years with one image. You probably would have all the experience to make one in, like, an hour that's good. But that's not me, right? I'm just a no one. So it's taken me a few years to practice and to iterate to get something I'm happy with. But even then, I don't know if this is good enough. It's probably good, but I don't know if it's great. I hope it is. But with these guys, they didn't do that years of redoing and redoing throughout the project. Because this is something I do just in the background every, like, year or so. They left it to the end, spent, like, a day on it, and they had all these little mistakes where, like, the eye was all wrong, like you didn't know where you were looking, and the logo, it was meant to look like in the middle. I don't know if I can get MS Paint. I can draw what it looked like roughly. I don't want to show the exact image, but oh man, this really annoyed me a lot when I saw this. So they have their image, right? This is the Steam capsule. And they have like their, you know, like how Ghost Runner has the sword? It was like a copy of that, right? We've got the Ghost Runner guy, and he's got the sword, like that. Roughly. It's not exactly what it was like. But the logo, they put the logo like here, right? Like, let's say that's the logo. And the logo was like 6 pixels off center for no reason, just because. I don't know, but like, people can tell when it's off center. Like, I can tell when it's off center. I think most people can tell when it's off center because it just optically it's off center. And if there's a reason it's off center, that's fine. Like, if you've got something like in the way, or something in the foreground, or whatever, if it's composited deliberately, then that's fine. But it was clear that it was supposed to be centered, like, in this axis. But, like, they weren't, like, they were too lazy to actually use the alignment tools, or the grid, or whatever. They just kind of they eyeballed it, and just, oh, that looks around in the middle, and they just left it like that, and it's like, oh no. Oh no, dude, you can't do that. Like, no, it has to be... Like, you can't, no. Because I don't know, this sounds like a small thing. This sounds super, like, Ray, you're being a bit weird here, okay? This is a bit pedantic. No, it isn't, okay? Because this tells me everything about you if you don't do this. It tells me that you care so little about the small things that you are overlooking dozens of other aspects of your product. Just like this team had. And they had done that plenty, let me tell you. But it's a symptom. It's a habitual symptom where if you decide, I don't need to check if it's centered, I can eyeball it, then that tells me that you have that attitude for everything. And if you have that attitude for everything, you won't make anything good. Like, it'll just be okay. It'll be average. Because you haven't paid enough attention, you haven't checked, you haven't proofread it. It's like proofreading. You know, if you aren't bothered to proofread what you publish, which is what I'm doing currently with my blog. That's why I am so pedantic about this, because that's what I'm doing right now. But if you don't care to do that, it just means you don't care. And it's like, well, if you don't care, why should we buy your thing? Why should we pay attention to you? Why should we care about you if you don't care about centering the logo or whatever? Or making sure that the pose is optically coherent, or making sure you don't have random background elements for no reason, which they had as well, because they didn't even make like a render. It was just an in-game screenshot, and it had all like this stuff in the background, like clutter and enemies and like random posters on the wall and graffiti, all in the background in frame, because it was a screenshot and not a composited key art. It was just a screenshot with an off-center logo, and it's like... Oh, buddy, that is the most apathetic thing. Like, that's the most apathetic choices you could make. Every choice is telling me, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. And it's like, alright, well, I'm not going to buy it. And that's exactly what happened. Like, it came out and maybe like 50 people bought it, and like nobody remembers it except me, because I just remember being around it and observing how much of a tragedy it was. Because you wouldn't care about it if you didn't really... I mean, most of you have never seen it, most of you never will. But the fact that because I was there with I wasn't on the team, I was almost on the team, but I didn't join. But the fact that I was like around in proximity to the people and in communication with them, it made me care a lot, because I saw what went into it, and I saw the people that had, I could see the behind the scenes, behind the curtain, and I saw what went into it, and that's why it makes me more sad, because most people they don't see that part, so it's less, you don't really get affected by it, because like, oh, well, this is probably, you don't think about it. But if you've seen the people who made it and what they went through and what their habits were and what they thought about, what they talked about after work, what games they played, what shows they watched, what time they woke up, how late they stayed up, when you know that about people, it makes you, I don't know, it made me really invested, because all of these little bits of information were combining together, and I had the perfect example of what happens when you don't care. and I don't know, it was really tragic. So those little details that give it away, those symptoms of like, is the logo centered? Is the background just a screenshot, or is it like a deliberately composited thing, or whatever? So I don't know. That's why I really care about it, because I don't want that to happen to me. Because I know that if I don't care, it will. I know it will. If I decide, oh, I don't need to worry about it, man. I just need to chuck in the logo. Is it centered? Is it aligned? Oh, man, she'll be right. It doesn't matter. No one's going to care anyway. And then no one does care anyway, and you sell 0 copies. It's the prophecy, okay? I'm going to call it that. I think it's a prophecy. And anytime you see someone do that, it's like a prophecy coming true, and it's the same result every time. I don't know. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe a more like modern name. Prophecy sounds too mystic, but just call it pattern recognition, okay? When you start to notice the patterns, you see it everywhere, and it becomes predictable. So you call it whatever you want, but I don't know. That's sort of that's why I really care about it, because I know that I don't want to conform to the pattern that doesn't win. That's basically it. Can you fix your microphone? No, I can't. I've tried doing it, but the cable is like kaput, okay? I know that. I'm sorry that you've had to put up with the bad mic this week. But look, we're time traveling, okay? It's 2006 today. That's how we're doing it. Welcome to my Xbox Live. I'll try to fix it again. Welcome to the Xbox Live lobby. I'm going to try and plugging this all in again and see what happens. I don't have much confidence there. No, I don't think it's going to work. I think look, we gave it a few hours. It's still not working. So yeah, we'll have to just put up with the Xbox mic. I'm so sorry. But hopefully, I mean, you guys can still understand what I'm saying, right? Hopefully, unless I rambled all that and it's all incoherent garble. Cosmic says, in short, you care about how even the smallest details play a part in the work. As part of its presentation, that's why. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. Well, yeah. So anyway, moving on. Speaking of all this, wait, is the audio still dead? Uh-oh. No, guys, stop trolling me, okay? It's fine. Guys are... No, I'm worried. Is the audio now broken? Audio's fine on Twitch? Thanks, Cosmic. Freaking, these guys in YouTube chat are trolling right now. It's not now. No! Now I gotta investigate. I gotta trust and verify this. Audio. Okay. Thank you for being sincere. 100%. Being 100% serious. Appreciate that. So, speaking of all of those, okay, because it's one thing because I'm trying to work on the blog and the thing and have it proofread, have all this, because these are just stuff I've written over the years about all this. There's a few things standing in the way though between this going live. And that's just finding the rest of the missing attachments. Because once I do that, it's literally a button click and it's website ready, right? But the other thing standing in the way is a name. At the moment, I have a domain. It's just raymondcripps.com, right? But it's kind of boring, okay? raymondcripps.com, you don't... Because those rules about these images, it applies to everything, okay? This isn't just a thing about Steam thumbnails, okay? It's not just about McDonald's or burgers. This applies to everything. This applies to web domains as well. So with my domain, it's a safe domain because it means that no one else can use Raymond Cripps, as they shouldn't, because I'm pretty sure I'm the only Raymond Cripps on the planet. I'm 100% sure. I've checked. But it's kind of, I mean, the old website is boring too, but the domain name is also boring. John.Feline. Oh man, is that a thing you could actually do? John. I don't think you can do .feline as a domain, unfortunately. I wish you could. But even that, it's a bit more exciting, right? So the only thing in the way is I need to come up with a name that's cooler, a domain name that is cooler, that elicits emotion, that has an unambiguous spirit, like a good thumbnail, like a good Steam key artwork. Just the name, not even the images, because the site design, I'm going to handle all that, but just the domain name has to be elicit feeling, so that when I tell you about it, visit.com, just by me saying it, you go, ooh, you have that kind of feeling of, oh, I feel a spiritual presence attached to this name. I feel an attitude attached to this name. What is it? I must satiate my curiosity and enter this into my address bar, because that's when you know you've got a good one, is if the name is so compelling that you are bothered to type it in without just clicking on a QR code or something. Because that's, everyone says, oh, well, no one types in URLs anymore, everyone uses QR code. But you should try to have a name that is that good that you would be bothered to type it in. So like the BogoSoft website, right? We were looking at this the other week. I think it was bogozone.net. Like, that's such a cool name. Like, and the name sounds like a place. It isn't just bogosoft.com or bogosoftentertainment.com. It's no. This isn't just a .com. This isn't a business. This is a place. This is the Bogo Zone, okay? This is our zone. You're going to visit our zone. You're not going to visit our .com. You're not going to visit our .info or whatever. I know it's called .net, but just the name, Bogo Zone, it's just, oh, whoa. Like, it sounds like I want to visit the Bogo Zone rather than I want to visit RaymondCripps.com. Like, one of them sounds way cooler, doesn't it? So the thing is, I suck at coming up with names, as you have no doubt guessed, based on the fact that I just use my name everywhere. And when I need to use a different name, I just stick with the first code name and never change it, like Project Feline. So I'm really bad with names. And I have no idea what to call my site. But I want it to have that kind of thing where it's good enough that you would type in, and it's easy to spell, it's short, it has an unambiguous spirit attached to it. So Bogo Zone's cool because just the Bogo sounds like kind of sounds like boogie, which is like dancing, kind of like 80s club dancing, like those, like what you see where you've got the people in the baggy sweatpants, like MC Hammer style, dancing around. That's like they're boogieing or whatever the kids, whatever the boomers call it or whatever. I get that kind of vibe, and then the zone is just cool. Like, it sounds like an arcade, the zone. Because there is an arcade in my country called, like, Time Zone. So Bogo Zone has that kind of similar feeling of like, oh, it's like an arcade, but it's like the Boogie Arcade or something. And it kind of has that vibe. It's kind of cool. Wait, what the hell is this? 2006 content? Dude. So I was just... See, this is why this website's so good, because it satiates my curiosity so much, it gets me to click on hyperlinks. So isn't that crazy? We're in the 2006 stream right now with the 2006 mic, and we're looking at 2006 drawings. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so... I didn't mean to close that. Oops. So the challenge is coming up with a name that is as good as something like that, but isn't their name, obviously, because I can't use their name. Project insert thing. Well, I'm already using that for the game. The Cripps zone. Maybe. There's a few ideas I've had. One naming convention I really like is names like of a ship, or like what you would call a ship or a craft. Kind of like, how the Enterprise is called the Enterprise, or the RLS Legacy from Treasure Planet, or in Project Feline, Calder has a ship, and I haven't come up with a better name for it, but I'm thinking I might call it like the Cerulean as like a name for the ship, like the color cerulean, because just the way the word looks, it like visually in English, in these letters, the word cerulean looks cool, but I don't know if that's like maybe for Calder's shit, but I don't know if I'd use a similar kind of name for the Cerulean Zone or the Cerulean.net or whatever. I don't know if that would really. I don't know if it elicits enough feeling, because I really do love the color blue as well. This is gorgeous. Look at this. These are some of my favorite colors. I have some blue in the background here even. It's really cool. But I don't know. I don't know if it is emotion enough or too generic for a website name. So it's, it's a challenge. So there's been other stuff as well, like some of my favorite artist names of like artists I listen to. Things like Insect Airport, Port Blue, or what's another artist name that sounded really cool? And it's like kind of like random combinations of words that they're kind of abstract and they give you an imagery in your head, and they sound, you kind of have to know what it is. Where it's like, what's that? What's a? Oh, there was one called Dolphin Park that I listened to. I was like, who's Dolphin Park? I gotta check out this music. And it has, and the music kind of sounds aquatic. It's sort of like the music you would hear playing at a aquarium. I don't know, it's like there's sort of names like that where there's like an abstraction image to it, where it's like it takes your brain somewhere. See, my name doesn't do that. My name doesn't take you anywhere. It's just my name. Project Feline, I don't know, maybe it kind of does. But a website, like for a domain name, because it is a domain, it's a place. It should have a name that sounds like it would be, the name of a place. So some other ones I've thought about are like, Botanica. The word Botanica is cool, but I think that's like a word for a herbal shop, which I don't know if that fits. I don't know, because I like how the word looks, but I don't, because there is an actual kind of store called Botanica as well. So I don't know if that'll be make it confusing. And a few others as well. One of you in Discord recommended Raycast. Like if I had my own podcast or something, you'd call it the Raycast. But Raycast kind of does sound cool, because it is the name of a function, like a maths function in games. It's like the fundamental thing in game development, where you'd cast a ray to return a hit result. So that might work, because it's got kind of my name in it, but it's like Raycast, and it sounds kind of cool. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be too generic. I don't know if it elicits enough emotion. But it does sound and spell. It spells cool. It sounds cool. But I just don't know if it elicits enough feeling. So, Cosmic says Club Cerulean. Maybe. I might give that a. Hold on. I've got a bunch of names here. I'll write that down. So I don't know. What does YouTube chat say? Also similar to Calder's own coloring? Kind of, yeah. I am thinking of changing Calder's colors a bit though, for a few reasons. Because I didn't really think too hard about his color palette, and the blue one that I think you might have, because I've got a few different ones where in some videos he's red and in some he's sort of blue and cyan. And I think I might go with the more red palette because like the cream and red, because it kind of looks like Santa Claus, which is funny. But also Gabby is blue, so you can't, like, my rule is that each character should have its own colors. So Gabby is blue and pink, kind of, and I chose those because, I don't know, I like these colors, and I actually color picked them from this photo I took of a sunset by the sea. So in the photo, you've got like the pink clouds and the blue ocean, and I don't know, there's just something. When I see those colors, I think of her, so I just thought, well, she's got to be pink and blue. And there's also a Taiko song called Pink and Blue, which I really like, which kind of, I don't know, it's cool, I guess. And the Felix is sort of earthy, like a sunflower, like yellow and green. And then Calder, I don't have a render of him at hand right now, but it's sort of based on this guy's palette. There's actually a lot of characters that use this palette, funny enough. This sort of cream red, like this earthy red and brown, black charcoal. I don't know, I like, that's sort of the colors I'm thinking for Calder at the moment, because they have a more like masculine feeling. There's also this Bakugan character that has the same color. what's the name? I don't know the name of the guy. It wasn't this guy, but this palette is also an interesting one. It was sort of, actually there's two characters that have this color palette. Dan has this palette in the second Bakugan series, and the bad guy has the same color palette. This guy, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but you do. So like, interesting coincidence, but like him, and him, you notice how it's like all the same colors? Brown hair, red jacket, sort of cream pants. Kind of funny how this pattern keeps emerging with, I don't know, like they're all picking the same colors. It's kind of funny. So I thought, because I really like those colors, and like Dan Kusha was one of my childhood idols, so it's sort of like I want to use his palette somewhere for something, and I think it would work well. It might actually look good on Gabby too with this palette, but I think it would work well on Calder if I made his fur that creamy sort of color. Because if it's just pure white, it's too harsh. But yeah, this dude, this design was, I freaking loved this as a kid with the angular hair, the angular mask. Man, this was so cool, man. They don't design anime characters like they used to. Everything's so round now. But you know, back then you had this sharp angular designs. It's so cool. Anyway, and then this palette, this is the Lelouch color palette. If you go and look at Code Geass, you look at Zero. It's the same color scheme as the bad guy from Bakugan. I don't know if you guys noticed that. The purple, white. This is the royal scheme. They use it a lot with royalty. And if you know the story for Code Geass, you know that Lelouch is royalty. He's actually a prince of Britannia, if I remember right. So this sort of thing they got going with like the cloak, the flowy cape, with like the royal purple and red you can see on the gloves, and then on the back of this guy's cape, and then the yellow you can see on the hair, and the sort of black which you can see on the mask. Pretty, I don't know. And then it's just fun coincidences in case you guys have never noticed those, but it's cool stuff. So maybe I might use a similar palette of that royal purple for my antagonist, perhaps. Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. Because it is an evil looking palette. Almost the same character. Yeah, it is kind of interesting, isn't it? Fox8 says, I like blue for Gabby. Yeah, me too. I don't know what it is, because blue is like my favorite color. And I don't know, Gabby has to have the blue, man. Something about it. It used to be black and pink, but who picks black and pink? Like, it's so silly. So I changed it to blue a couple of years ago. Just thought it looked better. Everything that is classic always has that red gold scheme. Like G-Bam Micro. I've not heard of that. Because if it's a classic look, that's good news then. Because, oh, these things! Sorry, I was just looking up. Yeah, oh man. My dad had one of these, but it was a bit different. Oh, this is like a Game Boy. No, my dad had something older. My dad had the Game & Watch, which had a similar, it was the same palette. This is even older, even further back in time. Yeah, look at this. The Game & Watch. So this is even older. This is probably what they based this palette on. But yeah, so if that is a look synonymous with classic, timeless, if that's what people associate that with, it'll work really well for Calder, because he's the oldest cast member. He's sort of the most wisest, and he's lasted in time longer than the others, so that would work. The sort of older, wiser character with the timeless classic palette. That sounds very synchronous and sensible. I like that. It isn't just, oh, I picked red because it looks cool. Like, no, you want to have reasons like this where it's like, oh, people emotionally associate red and gold with feelings of timelessness, classicness, or whatever. Like that's a good reason to pick those colors. So yeah, maybe I'll fully commit to those. Iron Man has that. Oh, he does have that color palette. Yeah. Sierra says, I think the blue undersuit works better with the black. Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, yeah, in this, you do see the black undersuit. It just takes too much focus. Like, your eye is drawn to it because the contrast is so high. And it's like, no, it's got to be the blue. The blue is easier on the eyes. And it kind of feels, I don't know, I like it. Sunset type palette. Now, I've kept saying, speaking of colors and fonts, this is now all culminating to this other thing I've been cooking, okay? I've teased this for the last 30 minutes, but here's the other thing I've been cooking. So, fonts, colors, okay, design, feeling. Here's the thing, because this is all stuff outside the game. Branding, right? Cover images. This is all stuff that is not actually in the game. This is the stuff you see before you get into the game. But all of this doesn't really matter as much. It matters, but it's even better if the actual game can also do this stuff. So I've been working a bit on that. So here's a mock-up at the moment of a new HUD design. Now I said I wasn't going to work more in the game until I got my devlogs up to date, but it's exhausting, and I was up late one night and I had a compulsion to open Photoshop and design UI. I couldn't help it, okay? So this will be probably the next devlog where we get into this stuff. But I just did this in a couple hours, and I thought, yeah, because the current HUD in the game kind of sucks. It is pretty bad. And there's an annoying thing that I always had with HUDs where it's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how big should I make the font? How far apart should I make everything? What font should I make the dialog box? Like I've spent hours and hours and hours and hours fiddling around in Unreal, trying to, I don't know, what looks good. And I'm like, no. Because all the stuff I have is a result of just endless tinkering. It's like, okay, no, what I got to do is I need to have a vision, and I need to know what it has to look like before I make it. So at the moment, I'm going to show you a cool little trick here. This is the current mock-up. I'm going to see if I'm going to open Unreal and show you the current one as well to compare. But I'm going to do something cool here. Because you remember that graphic design book I kept telling you guys about? I've been applying some of those principles now, and it's been paying off. But before I show you and explain the new one, I'm going to get a book out and I'm going to show you the old one and we'll compare them. So I'm going to get my old 70s design book, Grid Systems. We're going to do some graphic design critique of my old UI and why it was horrible. But yeah, while that opens, I've tried to put in a lot more deliberation to font choice, placement of the UI elements, margins, dialogue as well. So I've got a little dialogue here of like how many lines is the right amount, how wide is the right amount, what the line spacing is the right amount, what's the padding, what's the right amount. Because there is a right. I know because everyone tells me art is subjective. It's in the eye of the beholder. Good art is just subjective, and anything's good. And that is rubbish, okay? There is objective, okay? Good art is objective. It's not subjective. And good art follows, it doesn't always rigidly, uncreatively follow rules, but it has reason behind it. It doesn't necessarily mean it always follows the conventional rules, but if it does look like it's breaking the rules, it just means it's following its own rules that you don't notice. It isn't that it's not following any rules. You know when people say that, oh, you have to know the rules to break the rules? I think what that really means is you have to know the rules to synthesize your own rules and follow those. Which people will then be tricked into, because they don't know your rules, because they're yours. If other people aren't let in on what your rules are, they will think you are breaking the rules. It's like, oh, this guy thought outside the box, he broke the rules. If I just break the rules too, then my stuff will be good. And it's like, no, this guy's following his own rules. But they aren't just random. They're usually quite reasoned, and they're made of the same stuff as the conventional rules, but they're usually done more creatively or done differently. That's like a lot of people don't do that, but I started to notice at times people do that, and it's really cool. And you can tell that it is not random, and then I'm just going to flip it and make it cool just because. It's like, no, usually they are following some logic. It's just so well hidden that you think it's breaking the rules. It's quite, man, like that kind of thinking is really cool. Like that's what I aspire to, but I'm not that good yet, so I'm just following the conventional rules for the moment. I'm just trying to open Unreal. It's taking its time. Oh, here we go. There we go. Because I'm going to show you what the current HUD looks like by comparison. Sierra says you have to understand why the rules are the rules. You can break them. Yeah, you can break them effectively. But yeah, I think there is a degree as well to the ways that you break the rules. If effective, I think those are then, they kind of become your rules at that point. Like if there is an effect, because what isn't effective probably it means that it isn't reasonable, or it's not following intention or reason or something like that. And it usually, then it's not effective usually. And it's like not, you haven't successfully broken the rules, I guess you could say. Because I know because I've done this a lot. Like the old UI does not follow the rules, but it doesn't break them the right way. So it just looks unremarkable as a result. It's taking its time. It's probably because I'm still doing that copy in the background, so it could be a little slower than normal. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys? Does that sound too nuts? What do you guys think of that? That bit of making up your own rules, but based on the rules of the convention, like based on rules, but hidden rules, not conventional ones. Because there are times where I have seen that. There was one guy I was following. He's interesting. He's like a comedian, but he had a background in motion graphics, and his stuff is incredible. Like he has he did this thing where he like put these in his comedy skits. He would have these really high effort motion graphics, like cutting between the skits. But they were like, at the time I just thought, oh, that's kind of cool. But I've been looking at them more lately, and I'm realizing, oh my god, like this is art, Mr. White. This is art, and I can tell that it's not, because it looks random, and he's got like random bits of text everywhere that are all animating around, and it looks random, but because I remember it and it looks cool, and it isn't a subjective cool, it's like, oh, objectively this looks cool. I know that it's following rules, it's just that I don't know the rules, and he's probably got his own rules that makes this like, oh, so juicy. So that's very, it's very rare, but that's like the one example I think I've seen of when I can tell that someone is following their own rules, but I don't know, I'm not in on them, so I can't explain it, but I just know that there is something to it. Suggestions instead of rules. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, Sean, too. Like suggestions. Something we keep coming back to again, intentionality. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Serial Killer says, epic old school audio. Yeah, man. Old school audio. I hope everyone's having a pleasant day on August 1st, 2006 right now. Hope everyone's having a great time. I heard the Xbox 360 is coming. It just came out. I might go up to GameStop and pick it up. That's the newest console, right? It's the Xbox 360, and there's this game that's coming out next year that I'm super hyped on. It's called Halo 3. I was really, Halo 2 is great, but I really need to know what happens next. So I'm really looking forward to when Halo 3 drops next year. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. What do you guys reckon? That's right, yeah. While I wait for Unreal to open, we're just going to do this. We're going to just do a role play like it's 2006 right now. Oh my god, this is taking so long. Sarah says August 1, 2006. I'm 2. No, you're not. No, my audience is not that young. Stop telling me you're this young. Oh, 2006 wasn't that long ago, guys. We're literally living in it right now. Okay, it's 2006 right now. It's not that long ago. It's literally the current year. It's 2006 right now. How can we be tolerating this in the current year, 2006? That's the year it is right now. What evidence? This microphone. That's my evidence. It's 2006 right now. Cosmic says, the third Project Feline logo with the ear icon beside it could go hard as a metal embroidered pin. Oh yeah. I guess because this is going to take probably another 5 minutes to open for some reason. But while we wait for Unreal, because you see, this is 2006, so I have an Intel Pentium, as you would in 2006. So I don't have the processing power to open Unreal 4 this quickly. So while we wait for that, I'll multitask on my Pentium 2 and open a program that doesn't yet exist. Because the word mark is something I'm still deliberate. I mean the abstract mark. This is what these are called. So a word mark, that's like the text, and an abstract. Oh, did Unreal finally open? Okay, it's moved to my desktop all the way. Oh, come on. Unreal's being not behaving. It's moving all my windows around. Okay, I'm just gonna let's get you. Come on, let's get you back here. Okay. All right. As I was saying, so with the logo, because I might need some help with this too, actually. So yeah, the word mark is the text, abstract mark is the symbol, and having them both put together is called a lockup. And I tried to come up with a lockup, but I was never happy with this ear. I don't know. It just didn't. It wasn't reasoned enough. It didn't follow the rules. It was kind of just random. Oh, what if I did this curve here? And it was just playing pretty much. But there was some hand sketches I did of other ideas, but I don't know. I wasn't happy with any of these either. But if I could come up with something, maybe with this G, like having a lowercase g instead of an uppercase G or something. I don't know. Maybe that'd be kind of cool. Because I don't know. Designing abstract marks is way harder than designing word marks. Because with word marks, you can just use a font, and you've got all your proportionality solved pretty much. But if you have to design your own glyph from scratch, you don't get to use like, oh, the letter F that's already perfectly proportioned, or the letter E that's already perfect. It's like, no, you gotta just come up with some other glyph completely. And if you don't know what you're doing, it's difficult. So I've tried to just use circles. You can see that I just thought, oh, I'll just do the safe thing and just use circles. But I don't know, when I actually put them next to the logo, it didn't look as good as I was hoping. So at the moment, I've just left it omitted, and I'm just using the word mark only for the moment. Anyway, oh, come on, Unreal. This is still, okay. Well, we'll just, I'll tell you what, because this is going to take forever. We will... I have a better idea. I've lost my chat. There we go. I'll open just a build of the game with the UI in it that you guys have seen. I think this that's one that I've got that's on. Okay, so I'll launch this is an older build of the game. I think this is the itch one that's currently from a few years ago that's up there at the moment. And this has, well, unless some of you have probably seen it, but for those that haven't, I'll show you. Will the exe open even? Are you kidding me right now? Oh, is my computer just... Okay, my computer is now convinced it's 2006 as well. My system requirements have magically now fallen below the minimum required to run my game. No. Okay, well, but we just have to use our imagination. But maybe I can find a screenshot on the internet. Maybe that'll work. I shouldn't have to do this, but I think I have to. So, I don't have the UI in the screenshots either. I turned it off. Maybe if I go to the Steam page. Or, actually, I know exactly where to look. Yeah, okay, no. I know where to go. YouTube. We'll go look at someone's gameplay. I can't believe I have to do this, but the game is literally not opening. It's probably stuck in Task Manager somewhere. Whatever. Alright. We'll just search Project Feline gameplay. Can't believe I have to do this, man. Oh, it's my videos. Okay. I don't want to watch my videos. I just want to watch this guy. So, okay. Even from the menu, already... This menu is wrong. It's bad, okay? You can probably see why already. But this No. Very, very bad. This text is unreadable. It's using a condensed font when it shouldn't. Colors wrong. Text it's all wrong. Okay, proportions are all wrong. It's all wrong. This big level select text does not need to be this big. Like this, yeah. There's a bunch of stuff I can notice now, but this was a few years ago. Oh, did the game open? Okay, no. But this is the in-game HUD, or this was the in-game HUD. But the current itch build is basically the same, where I've just got text with drop shadow in the corners with some transparency on it. But it's not really readable in motion, right? Like when you're moving around, you can't glance at any of this and read it. You have to really look at it, and it's competing with the background and the foreground. Your eye, and I know that this is like a 240p video, and it's like, oh well, if you did it at 4K, it would look fine, but that's not the right way to think. The UI should be readable at low resolution. If it isn't readable at low resolution, then it's garbage. It should look completely legible and readable at 480p with limits. If it doesn't look good with limits, it doesn't look good, period. So you can already see that like the text size is too small. Like if I stand back further, I can start noticing it all now, where it's like the word time and score are like barely legible. It's too thin. It's fine if you're standing still, but if you're moving around like this, it's so hard to read. And the text also has transparency on it, and I don't know why I did that, but I thought, oh, I'll do 90% transparency because I have the option to, but no, that's bad. That's a bad choice. Unintentional, no reason why it has to be 90% transparent, just bad choices. Okay. This is my current mock-up design in Photoshop. I don't know how to get this going in Slate, I think is the Canvas or whatever it's called, the UI for Unreal. I guess you could just use bitmaps, which I want to avoid doing if possible, because bitmaps can't scale. But also Unreal does not have support for vectors, so I don't know how it's going to work exactly. But in this example, you can see that I've got like other gameplay screenshots just to test this with. You can see that no matter what thing I put it on, it's a bit harder to tell because I don't have any video in motion to test this, but you can kind of see that the text is, if you blur your eyes and like look at it, you can make it out better. Like the letters, the shapes of the letters are better. And if I turn off the little dialogue box, because this is not going to be turned on most of the time, like you can at a glance read it more easily. And I've also tried to make it in the style of the game and not just, the stock font. I want to have some, there's a bit of styling in there to make it look like this is what Gabby would see, or if Gabby had a little watch. I'm not going to do like a full-on diegetic UI thing like in Crysis or in Halo, where it's got like a hologram. I don't think I'll go that far. But the elements themselves, if Gabby had like a watch on or something, or like a smartwatch or whatever, I have to think, well, what she would wear, what fonts would be on that watch, what colors would be on that watch. Like if she got to customize her own watch and make whatever choices she wanted, what would she do? Because the game, like Gabby is like the axiom around which the entire game is based. Everything has to be for her. So that includes the font choices, the colors, the iconography. It all has to look like it belongs to Gabby, not to me, what I want. It has to be what Gabby wants. So this is my current attempt. I've got a few other, I was messing around today with the backgrounds. I thought maybe having no background element for the text or a big panel, but I don't know if that takes up too much attention. With if I make it more opaque, I don't know if that's too much. And this screenshot has bits of the current HUD, which you can see it's like a little overdone, where it was inspired by the Ratchet and Clank UI a bit, where each element has its own thing around it, but it was, I don't know, because everything was sort of the same size and it was all in different corners of the screen. And it looked kind of good, but I hadn't picked the formatting and the margins deliberately, so I thought I could do better than that, so I'm trying. I also, so I've got like just, I don't know if I'll keep these little background bits. I think I might, because it looks kind of cool. But I had like other variants as well with trying to use like drop shadows and bezels, because the text has to, I don't want to use a lot of graphics. I just want to use as little as possible, but have it so that it's always readable. So I've tried different outlines, different colors with contrast to just see what, The only problem is Unreal doesn't do soft drop shadows on text, so I won't be able to do some of these things. So that's why with this one that I did yesterday, I've got one where it's only using hard drop shadows and hard outlines, no soft, no radius, no anything, where it's all hard shadows. And maybe that might be an interesting constraint for the whole game, maybe, because I'm very tempted to use drop shadows, because they are nice, but Unreal doesn't let you do them by default, unless you hack some way to do it. And I thought, well, maybe I can either find out a way to do drop shadows on my text so I can have the nice soft radius, kind of like this. Keo just joined. What's up with the mic? Well, my friend, you're in luck. You, my friend, have time traveled back 19 years into the past. You see, there's a secret I've been having for a long time that I don't want to tell you guys about, but you guys were going to figure it out eventually. And that's that I'm actually a vampire. I actually haven't aged. I've been kicking it since 1940. Okay, that's when I was born, and I just haven't aged in that whole time. So in 2006, I looked the exact same as I do right now, right? And I thought, I needed to get a lot of influence from 2006 for my game. It was a really good year. A lot of great games came out that year, and I thought I need to broaden my horizons. I got to play more new games from 2006 if I really want to do some good research and make my game great. But you can't buy them anymore. You go to EB Games, it's all the slop, right? And I'm like, well, this isn't very good. I know. I'll time travel. I'll take the universe and just time travel it back 19 years so that I can go to JB Hi-Fi and buy good games. And I haven't figured out how to turn off the time machine yet and go back. So that's why we're stuck at the moment with 2006 technology, with the 2006 Xbox mic. And why all of you have probably noticed that you're all younger than you normally are. I'm sorry about that. It wasn't intentional. I promise I'll turn the time machine back to the normal time when I remember. I just needed it for research, okay? So we'll just have to put up with the bad microphone at the moment until I get back to the present. But I'm not going to go back there until my mission's finished. Okay, I got to collect all the great classics, and an almanac for what games will win the Game Awards, so that I can become a millionaire when I go back to the present. Once I do that, we'll go back with the nice camera and the nice microphone. So yeah. So that's all, nothing out of the ordinary. We're just time traveling. And yeah, that's why I look the same, because I'm actually a vampire. So, but I am 19 years younger than normal. It's just that I don't age. I really like that blue look. Thanks, Cybershell. I appreciate that. The Cosmic says the comparison between the current and old UI is night and day. Thank you. Well, I hope so. I hope it's night and day in a good way. I hope that it's like, it'd be really fun if it was night and day and the old version was like better. That would suck. Okay, now the game's deciding to open. Oh my goodness, that was 10 minutes it took for the game to open. Okay, now I'm going to close it. I don't need it open. The second to last abstract art sketch is nice. Oh, thank you. Did you make out a personality for Gabby? Not formally, but in my head, yes. It's a bit hard to explain. That is a good question, though. It's not that I've written it out like as a psychological profile or something. I probably should, but since making her model, I did get to know her better, you could say. Like, because I had to spend a lot of time just on her, right? So when you spend a lot of time with just one person, you do get to know them a lot better. And especially when you're making them look hopefully as pretty as she does at the moment. And there's a lot more about her I know that I didn't know before, and it's informing a lot of my choices about these. So I know it sounds crazy. How can you get to know a fictional character? Well, I don't know. You just do, okay? Like, you just do it. You know, they talk to you. You listen. It's that simple, okay? Every creative writer will tell you they don't write their characters. They write themselves. That's basically that's it. It's nothing too crazy. You just gotta listen to the voice in your head. It's that easy. So Gabby's voice is telling me, tells me things, and I go, all right, and then I get a sense of what she's like. So I do know that. Well, one thing I think that is evident now with her animations and posture is that Gabby's very exacting and precise, and she would want a UI that is reasoned and like neat and like not haphazard. Like look at her posture in this pose here, right? That tells you something. Her form is like perfect almost. She doesn't have like her legs bent. She isn't. She doesn't have a sloppy. Because the thing is, right? Because I remember you guys were asking me, why don't you look at parkour reference? And I did do that. But with parkour, the attitude's different. In parkour, it's more loose, casual, and you look at their body posture when they do their things, and it's always like the legs are never perfectly straight, or the arms are like perfectly straight. It's always like loose, and like they're bent, hunched. You will see that a lot in parkour videos. It's very casual, and the clothing is also, you can tell just by the clothing. You look at the way gymnasts, what they wear. Gymnasts have extremely tight clothing, whereas parkour, they just have the baggy sweatpants. It's very casual. Gabby, she's not casual, okay? Gabby's serious. So she's on a serious mission with serious stakes. She has serious posture with a serious costume. And I'm like, okay, everything has to be like not loose, not casual. It has to be like, I don't know what the word I don't even know what the word is. But you know how like you know how you say that some people, or it's like coffee, right? You have like weak coffee with like milk and cream and like the frosting, and then you've got strong coffee. It's a bit like personality. You got soft personalities and strong personalities. And I would say Gabby, she's like strong coffee or a strong personality, but not in like an obnoxious, I'm the best kind of way. That's like too strong. That's like bitter. You don't want that strong. But she's definitely not a soft, I'm just a chill guy, I just don't care. Like that's not her at all. And I think maybe that is a good reason to keep maybe this hard shadow limitation in. Because shadows maybe are kind of the same. Where it's like, is this the kind of game to have hard shadows or soft shadows? And maybe this is a hard shadow game. I know this sounds so. I know that how this sounds. I know this sounds so crazy, but I mean, hear me out, okay? So like with shadows and stuff, because Unreal, there's a technical limitation where Unreal does not let you do soft or hard shadows. But I've been tempted to do like, oh, what if I add a bit of softening, a bit of radius to the shadows, make it look cooler? But maybe I shouldn't be trying to hack Unreal and make it use soft shadows. Maybe the right move is to accept the limitation of hard shadows and just make it part of the experience, and have it also make it connect with what's already there. So if Gabby has like a strong, hard like presence, and if her posture is like straight and not relaxed, it's like there's no softness. It's all. And like even her costume itself, like the material, if you look at what it's made of, she isn't like Faith in Mirror's Edge where she's wearing these baggy sweatpants. She's wearing body armor, which is like made of metal or something, right? So that's pretty hard. You don't get harder than that. So maybe the shadows should be like she is, where they're not softened, they're not diffused. They are clearly focused like Gabby is. And hard, like hard shadows. Strong and hard, undiffused, unambiguous. And I don't know, those words, when I say them, it feels like it matches who she is. I haven't gone into much of the game's story, and I don't intend to, but I will say that she is pretty like set on her goals. Like she is not compromising on those. She's not, oh, I have the main quest, but I'm just a chill guy. I just don't care. I'll just do all the side quests. That's not who Gabby is. No. She's doing the main quest. So, I don't know. So I guess maybe there's like a philosophical reason to justify hard shadows. You don't know. I mean, the more I look at it, the more it's drawing on me. But I don't know, you guys tell me what you think of that. The background elements is what I'm kind of most unsure about, with these little bits underneath. I don't know if I want to keep those or change the colors. I haven't quite made up my mind, because I've just got adjustments on them with outlines and gradients. I don't know if that's too much or not. If I should do something like this, where it's more simple, where it's just black with no outline. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. What food she likes? I don't talk to her that much about food, but I know that she does like takoyaki as a dessert. That's her favorite dessert. And I would say food that's quick to eat. I don't think she likes to spend a lot of time preparing food. So anything that's fast, but reasonably healthy. So like, I guess fruits, because you just eat them. You don't have to boil them or anything. You just grab it and eat it. Sierra is confident in herself. Man, I would say by the end, yes. That's what I want. Without getting into specifics, by the end of the game, I want her to be that, but I think it's interesting when a character earns that confidence and doesn't just have it immediately. That's just what I find more interesting, personally. So I do want to have things in it that challenge her confidence. So I think it would make it. Those are the elements I personally find the most interesting about stories, is when you have a character that's sort of meant to be this thing, but it's challenged, and they have to, through their actions, prove if the prophecy's true. Which is, I guess, this is the case for a lot of stories. Like Lord of the Rings is like that. Star Wars is like that. Where it's like, there's that doubt. Is he really the chosen one? I don't trust him. Like that kind of stuff. I find that quite interesting. So, but by the end, yes, she will be, I'd say, confident enough after the mission she goes on. Sierra says, I honestly think at least having them makes the HUD look a little more complete. You mean the background bits? What about with the outlines? I don't know. I probably will need to look at it a bit more to make up my mind for sure, but I don't know, maybe kind of, I don't know, I'll put on some different screenshots of with it, without the styling. Actually, maybe it is good with the outline, because with the black, it looks like it's part of the shadow, which I don't want it to look. I want it to look like it's got its own volume. Yeah. Mad Goose says the word most people we use for that is genuine. I guess so. I do think there is a difference. Maybe not. Actually, maybe there isn't a difference after all. Because one thing I've had to do thinking about characters is think about the characters I hate the most to know what I don't want. And yeah, my least favorite characters would be there's a word, chill characters. Or there's a better word for it. People that just don't care or whatever. Kind of like what I was talking about earlier with the Steam graphics. It's the people that make that stuff, that don't center the logos, those are the chill. Oh man, I'll just chuck on the logo and I won't check if it's aligned because I'm just a chill guy. I just don't give a frick. I'm just a chill guy. That's sort of my least favorite archetype that I don't want to have. That's because I'm not like that at all. I don't get along with people like that, so I'm not gonna make my game about that. Because there was a meme. The reason I know I am making a point of this is that there is this meme that came around last year that we had a whole cryptocurrency, but it's this. Yeah, I'm just a chill guy. And my new original character is that he just doesn't care about anything. He's just chill. He has no passion and doesn't care. He just doesn't care. I don't like this. I don't mess with this. If you're a chill guy, that's cool. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying we wouldn't get along. That's all I'm saying. But that's fine. You don't have to get along with me. There's plenty of people. I don't mess with this though. all of my friends are not chill. They're extremely, I don't want to say hot. That's not the right word. They're extremely incinerated. Okay, we'll use that. They're not cold. They're extremely warm. Burning with the passion of liberty, or whatever the flame of liberty, whatever the saying is, whatever the Alex Jones meme is. That's what they are, not chill guys. So, I don't know, because I don't know why that became a meme, but I just thought it was funny, and I was like, okay, I know that this is not the character I want to make. I don't want to make Gabby chill, who just doesn't care about anything. I don't want that. So I don't know, can chill be genuine though? That's what I haven't worked out. Because you say that it's like the opposite of that is genuine, but I'm not sure. I want to find out if you can make the argument that you can be chill and genuine, but I personally haven't seen it, but I'm curious if you can. Because I have observed if you don't care, and if you kind of if you are like a social chameleon, which a lot of people like this are, it's very easy to... There's like another meme people have for that where it's like, I used the wrong personality with the wrong friend group. I used personality B with friend group A. Like that, I don't understand. I've never understood that stuff. But I think that's the same kind of type, the same archetype, where it's the chill guy, and then he has like his different personalities for different groups. And I don't know, man. No. You get one personality. Just have the one. It's simpler. Minimalism, okay? You don't make 10 personalities. Just get the one personality and use it everywhere. That's what I mess with. So Gabby, yeah, she doesn't have this multiple personality stuff going on. She doesn't have friend group A and B. She has one friend group and one personality and one font, one type of shadow, one costume. That's right, she wears the same thing every day. Yeah, she's the one. Oh my god, it's like the meme. She's the one. So... Lemon Thunder says Flame of Liberty. Are they American or French? I don't know. Like, you know like the meme. I don't know. I'm probably misremembering the meme. I just remember like this Alex Jones rant where he's going about like, I got the fire of liberty burning through my veins or something like that. And that's so me. Oh my god, that is so me. So that's kind of the opposite. Like on the temperature scale, that's like off the temperature scale, and the chill, that's like at 0 degrees. But the fiery people, fiery is a better adjective. They're firing with passion. Like that's what I mess with. I like that. Lemon, one personality, fast. True. That's the best one. Kaya says, what's up, my 2007 Xbox gamer Raymond? Actually, it's 2006. Look at the title. It's 2006, actually. But yeah, thanks for joining me in this fine day of 2006. I will show you a few things about... I've had this UI for a bit now. I'll explain some cool things about it, and then I'll head off. But some things I've been doing, because some of you... What did you guys say? I gotta remember what you guys said. Some of you said that the difference is night and day, and that it looks like great, okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, if you've ever wondered why that is, here's some tricks I've done. So this book that I got out, this is why. I got a full... Oh, where's my full screen? I was going to get my full screen up. I'm going to tell you about these books. So back in 2006, which we are in right now, we used to read these things called books. Not on a Kindle tablet, okay. Not on a iPad. No, an actual book. It's bigger than an iPad, so it's better, okay? And it doesn't need to be charged, so that's why it's cooler. So this book, I'll show you some of what it looks like. So it's got like examples of how to use grids and stuff, how to design stuff properly, how to typeset properly, like this. You see here, I know it's all in like Swiss, but it's the same. The Swiss, they know their stuff, okay? This is good. But you see how all the paragraph spacing is aligned on the margins and on grids? They have a bunch of little... I still haven't finished reading all this, but I've like read half of it, and it's like so incredible. It actually changed my life, unironically. Changed my life. So here's some examples of like page typesetting here. This is really cool. Look at this one. So they like divide the page up into the camera. I know the camera quality is terrible, but you see that like they divide it up and then they make it so that the line width syncs up with where these grid increments are, and that it's all like filling it up. And you might go, Raymond, I could just go into Photoshop and drag in a text box and type a bunch of stuff and get the same result. What's the big deal? The big deal is that if you do it, it probably sucks because you don't know margins or proportions or whatever. And that's what this is about. Because you can't just chuck on the default settings, no. So you see like this stuff, like this. You see how the text, I guess you can see that. So you see how like they've obviously thought about where they're, how wide the paragraph spacing is, because you can control that in Photoshop of how far below the next line is. There's a right value to set it to. There's a right amount. You don't just you don't do auto. No way. And you'll notice about the entire book, see if I can find an example. You'll notice that even just the text where it isn't, like this is just explaining it. This is an example. And this is just the text of the actual book, of like explaining, and then in this thing, I think one half is in Swiss, the other's in English. But you notice how the actual book, like look at the page. You see how the margins, there is a grid that you could put over this and it would line up. But because you don't notice it, it's easy on the eyes, but you don't notice it right away. But if you did get a grid out and put it over, it would work. It applies to 3D as well, which is what I've been doing for the level stuff. But anyway, this also applies to UI, as you no doubt have guessed. And that's what I've been doing here. So I've made a grid of 20% increments with 8 subdivisions. And the reason I've chosen that is because I was talking about this on Discord this week, on my little supporters only chat, but I'll let you guys in on the secret conversation we were having about HUDs. You guys might have noticed with new HUDs how they are not good a lot of the time. What's that game, Spider-Man PS4? Now this is like a better example, but I see this a lot. And this is just a personal taste thing, so don't take this. If anyone from Insomniac is watching, which I doubt, but if you are, this is not personal. This is just my preference. But if we search Spider-Man gameplay UI or something, because they, this is something like this, right? Now, why can't I zoom in on this picture? Oh my goodness, I just want to zoom in. Spider-Man. I don't want the movie UI. Okay, perfect. This is actually perfect. Oh, it's okay. This will do. It's really low quality, but this actually helps my point. Because a lot of these UIs are designed for 4K TVs now, which is why they're super close to the edge of the screen, which they didn't used to be. If you go look at games from 20 years ago, like you'll notice this with older games where the HUD margins are thicker, the fonts are bigger, and it's easier to read. And I like this. Or if we go even further back, to Ratchet and Clank 2, this is such a timeless HUD. I love this. This kind of sort of follows the same rules, except it is quite close to the edge of the screen, but they make it work. Because the HUD is dynamic, I got to remember that. So we take a new game. Here's some older games, right? You notice how the HUD is sort of like spaced pretty far away from the edge of the screen, especially in the PS3 era. You'll notice this a lot with PS3 and 360 games, where Halo 3 as well, especially, you'll notice this, where it's like there's these nice thick margins around the edges of the screen, where this little HUD element with the bolts and the weapon ammo, it's like it's further. You see how like the gap between the top and the side, like the side gap is bigger than the top gap. That's not an accident. There's a reason they're doing that. But if you go look at games today, same studio actually, this is Insomniac, so we're just gonna bully Insomniac for a second. But you see the new games, how the HUD element is right up against the side of the screen, right against the edge. Same with the minimap, same with the health bar. It's like right up against the edge, and the font is a lot smaller, and there's no background elements usually. Like they usually just put text over the background or something. Whereas you look at their older games and you see how it's like much further away. Like the new game, it's all the way out here, but in the older games, it's like further this way. So the reason that it's done that way is because of these things called safe areas. They used to use this in TV as well, where in film or whatever, like you want like a 10% or 20% text safe or an action safe, so that if the TV signal this was the case in analog TVs, if you're on a CRT analog television or something where it's like cropping the image, which CRTs do, it does like crop bits of the image I don't know why that is, but I know it does it. Or if you're like cropping a widescreen to a standard aspect ratio or something like that, you want it so that the text doesn't get cropped off. Because if you're watching a movie and there's essential text or subtitles, and if that gets cropped, then that's not so good. Like, you can afford to lose some of the image, but if you lose the essential text, or if you're in a game and you lose the UI, if it's cropped off the screen, that's kind of like not helpful, right? It's very not good. So that's why a lot of these older games have thick margins, so that if you were running it on an analog signal, which the PS3 and the 360, those are the last consoles that supported analog output natively. So you could run them on this sort of CRT TV down here, for instance, and they margined it so that it wouldn't get cut off. And same with sort of the old PS2 games. But that's not really an issue now. So what designers have now decided to do is, because we don't have to worry about this, we're just going to move the HUD elements to the furthest corner of the screen as possible, because we can. And it's like, okay, cool, you can. Should you do that? My personal opinion, no, you shouldn't do that. Because I don't like it. That's it. I just don't like it. I don't like that it's this close to the edge. It looks like it's going to fall off. And I have to move my eye so much further up, because there's optical differences. It isn't just like, oh, well, we're running it at a higher res and we can move it in the... Like, yes, you can move it to the side. That's great. But optically, there's other considerations beyond just the cropping. If you stand further away and you look at the HUD, is it still readable? And in most cases, for old games, yes. I can zoom this out here and I can still read it. I can zoom this out and I can still read it. But if I take this, I can't read this anymore. Like, I literally can't read that. I can't read that. And you might say, well, Raymond, who cares? Everyone's running a 4K TV now. It doesn't matter. Everyone's sitting like 2 inches away from the monitor. Who cares? Yeah, sure, people are running 4K TVs. But there is a rule I've noticed, that things typically that look good in low fidelity also look good in high fidelity a lot of the time. So it's sort of this weird thing where that's why Quake games have aged so well, because they did it so low fidelity, and it means that the less fidelity, the more choices that you control. If there's more fidelity, it's more choices you have to make, and you will give those to the computer instead. And that's a principle I'm not really a huge fan of. So anyway, the reason I like these thick margins, yes, you can put them further. I could take this. I'll show you what I mean. If I wanted to make this a next-gen PS5 game, I could take this element and move it all the way. Oh, is it going to take the background? I think it's going to take the background. Yeah, I could move it all the way out here like this. But you notice how optically it just kind of looks worse? Like, if you zoom out and you imagine it in motion, now your eye has to travel a greater distance to the corner. And if you're in a super fast game like this, yes, I can move the text there, and it won't get cropped, but my eye has to move more, and it's harder to see. And if I shrink the text's font down, because a lot of games do this now, where the text will make it 12 points because we can do it. And it's like, yeah, okay, but here's me doing it. And I can still read it when I'm looking at it super close like this. I can still read it. But you aren't going to be like that close to the screen most of the time. And if you want to have this at a booth or at a GameStop on display, which I don't know if people even do that anymore, but like when you had like the demo games on the TV, on the Xbox, if you want to be there and people are going to be looking at your game from further away, it'd be nice if they could read the UI still and decide if they want to buy your game. And if they see that you can't read the text, I mean, I don't know about most people, but if I can't read the text from the distance, I'm not going to, no. It's like these guys couldn't be bothered to set the font size probably. I'm not going to buy it. But I'm very harsh though, so that might not be everybody. So what I have done, because aesthetically, I know that you can move it further, but I like the look of thick margins. I don't know what it is, but I like the font size, I like the margins that these old games did, just because yes, like they still work on high def too. Like this can scale up and still look good at 4K. Like I could make this super zoomed in, and the UI still looks good. But it's not just the pixel resolution and stuff; it's the proportions, it's proportionality. Which I don't know. I just feel like in a lot of these cases, I don't know if this is true, but my intuition, my voices tell me that it's like people are not thinking about that as much with the new HUDs, where they're thinking more about what can we push, how close to the edge can we make it, rather than where should we be putting these, regardless of what TV the person has. So my personal win would be a victory. The personal thing that I think is a victory is when you make something that could look good on a CRT and look good on a 4K TV, and it doesn't change, like it looks consistent across both of them. That to me is like really cool. So what I've done is I've used the margins, which are about 10%, I think, of the screen size for what would be an old screen. So it's like 300 pixels from the top and a few more from the side. 384 from the side and 108 pixels from the top. And then I've got it as well so that my grid increments, it's split up into 8 subdivisions. And I've tried to have it so that each bit of text is like aligned to the top of each grid space. So if I turn off you can maybe sort of see the grid, where each bit of text, it's touching the top of each of you guys. I don't know if you guys can see. I don't know. I might have to change that should be easier to see. See how each letter, it like hits the top of the grid. It's like lined up. So that's on purpose too. I made sure that the line spacing and the font size was just so that you'd have like enough space between these, and that it would be in alignment. Now, one thing I could do, I could make this a bit bigger. I probably could make this a little bigger, the font size, and maybe move this out a bit more. Maybe, I don't know if that would be better, or if that's too big. Could do that, I guess. I guess maybe this is fine, because the only thing I'm just want to test out if I could maybe condense these, or if I should condense these more, but maybe this is fine in terms of the spacing. Because that's, just because you can move them a pixel apart doesn't mean you should, right? Like I could do this, I could make where the text box is, I could do this, and it fits. I could fit them so compact. Yeah, but I can't read it. It looks garbage. So I'm going to have them nice and spaced out, It's like the grid thinking, okay? Because that's what these guys do when they're typesetting their books, when they're picking out their fonts and everything. Like, there's a paragraph in here somewhere about it. There's a whole thing on fonts too, which is say for another time. But they have this whole thing where it's like you should have, deliberate, like you see here it says point. What does that say? 15 dot or something. So it's like each paragraph spacing is a certain, like they have it planned out before they even write anything. So I've tried to use the same principles to do this instead of just going, oh, what randomly looks cool. No, I'm gonna follow some rules and see what happens. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it. And then for dialogue, we talked about this a few weeks ago. I was saying how you guys were showing me some Steam game, and you said, I forgot what it was, but the image of the Steam graphic looked really good. And I had heard of it before. It was called like Soul, I think, Nine Tails or something. Soul Tales, something. I don't remember what it was. It was some Steam game, some indie game, Soul game. It had like some fox character. I literally can't remember the name now. But I was saying how like the graphic on Steam looked really good, and also the text dialogue looked really good because it was well proportioned. And I've applied those same rules to this. And I've aligned it a little different, but the same kind of principle, where I've got a background element and I've just put some outline on it just to kind of make it look a bit stylish. I've added a bit of angles to it to make it look cool. But I started without any of this. It was all, if I turn all that off, like the whole document started with this of, can I just get, like I've got a screen, I'll turn off the metrics. This is how it began. This is how the canvas began. I was like, all right, I've got space on this screen, limited space. I have to use it smart. I can't just put the text anywhere. Because I have those devs I was talking about earlier in the stream, they didn't think about this and they put their text in the most random places. They would they'd put it off into the corner or at the bottom. Like a lot of games do this now, I've seen, especially visual novels where they put the text all the way at the bottom. And that works sometimes. But for a game like mine with action and 3D movement, like that's too low. Gotta have it higher. So I deliberately put it here, and I divided it into grids. I took like 30% of the bottom margin, and I went, all right, I'm going to put some paragraphs there. And I also had these pictures. This is going to sound funny, but don't laugh. Because I do these sorts of things sometimes, where if I was watching some DVD extras from the Star Wars prequels, and I noticed that they had a subtitle file in them. And I was watching this, and I was wondering, who decides... I know this is very low quality, and I know this looks unrelated, but when I'm watching these, I'm looking like someone here is deciding what font to make the subtitles, what size to make them, and where to put them on the screen. And I'm like, I wonder if this conforms to the grid rule too. And sure enough, it kind of does. Where the text, each of these texts hits the middle of a grid line, and it stays within 30% of the width of the screen. I was like, I wonder if I just did the same thing with my text. And so I started with this screenshot of the prequels behind the scenes. So that's George Lucas there. And I just looked at where they put their subtitles and thought, all right, well, I'm going to start there, resize mine a bit to fit the needs of my game a bit more and see what happens. So I made room for a portrait. I then added like a background element so that you could read the text a bit better, and then you add the rest of the background, and you add the... Then I went on... I wasn't planning on doing the HUD too, but I thought, oh, well, I did all this text, because I just wanted to get the dialogue box to look better. I'm like, oh, well, if I made it that far, I might as well see if I can redesign the HUD metrics too. And this is sort of what came out as a result. But yeah, compared to the old HUD, where I didn't have any of this figured out, I don't know, it was a lot harsher on the eyes. Cybercell says, those italics are about to fall over. Yeah, the italics are pretty strong, aren't they? Yeah. I don't know why. All DVDs have italics like that for some reason. I'm not sure why, but... 9 Souls. Oh, that was the game. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. 9 Souls. That was it. Yeah, man. Because these guys, they do the same thing. I know no one notices, but it doesn't mean they're not doing it. So, if we took a I'm curious what would happen if we took a screenshot from this game with this dialog box here, and if we took it into my Photoshop file with the grid overlay, and I wonder what would happen. Let's, Alright. Now, it's cropped a little bit, but it kind of takes around the same space. They might be using different denominations, but you notice how the character is sort of... Because I have this line... that I have a rule. So there's my dialog box. So you see this blue, I don't know if you guys can see the blue line, because my layout's a little different, but I have a rule in mine. I'm just going to block it out. So anything below this line, my rule is text cannot go above this. Any subtitle or dialogue, whatever, has to be below, it has to be in this lower area, which is I think like 20% of the screen or something. So that way, anything above it can only be gameplay only. Like, you don't want the text higher you don't want it crossing this boundary, otherwise it's going to get in the way of the game. And you notice that you'll notice that the character is standing right above that line, and in my game, Gabby is literally on the pixel of where that is. That's so funny. Literally pixel perfect. Right, her face is literally scraping that line. That's like the no return point of like no text above this point type deal, right? It's kind of interesting how this. I had some other UI reference as well. I was looking at what font size Sonic uses, and it's quite small actually. So I was just looking at that. This also has thick margins. You can see that their margins are, it's like 80% margins, like the good old days. But yeah, so I was messing around with that, and yeah, it's interesting how like they follows the same rule. Very interesting. So I'm sure that's just an accident, though. I'm sure. No, that's obviously, yeah, it's intentional, and it's so cool when you start to work out things like this. It's so fun. Because there's all these hidden... You know how people get, like, really obsessed over, like, Easter eggs and, like, oh, the cutting room floor or something, where it's like, oh, there's all the stuff that was cut from the game, or all these secrets. Like, this is the secret stuff right here. Like, this is the stuff that really excites me, is when you... Yeah, there's all the behind the scenes, and, like, oh, they cut this character from the game, or there's a secret collectible. But no, the secrets that I think are cool are... Oh, there's all these hidden reasons why they've put everything where it is that you would never think of. And it's just, oh, I love it. It's so cool. There's another little hidden trick, though, I've done that makes mine a little different. And that's that I've deliberately designed mine for 4x3 instead of 16x9. And it might be a controversial choice, but because I don't know, the more I've been thinking about it, I realized that 4x3 is actually a nice aspect ratio. I know it's old, and everyone's going to be like, oh my god, it's not widescreen. I can't believe it. But no, I think 4x3 is actually proportionally nice. And I kind of prefer playing my game, not going to lie, I do prefer playing my game in 4x3 a lot of the time now, just because it's more focused, and there's less periphery in the way that's like distracting you. So I'm not going to lock it to 4x3, of course. And there was a game I played recently that was locked to 4x3, and I didn't mind. You know, if you asked me 10 years ago, I would have been like, what do you mean it doesn't have widescreen support? And I would have had a tantrum. But no, there's some games that do look better in 4x3. What was the game? Corn Kids. One of you guys were telling me about this game. I actually bought this on the sale because one of you kept telling me, you got to check out the Steam sale and buy more games. And I bought one game, and it was this one for like $3. And this is a 4x3 game, and it looks great. It looks amazing. And even their text, I'm curious, does this conform to the rule as well? Let's chuck it in and find out. Does this align to the grid? I'm curious. Now I'm morbidly curious. Does this follow it? Oh, well, would you look at that? It seems to line up pretty well with the grid here. The paragraphs, yeah, like, it's a bit, because it is a bit tricky doing this. I'm not sure the best way to handle it yet, but you see how the bottom row, the top of the letters hit that, and then on the top row, it's the bottom of the letters that are aligned. But yeah, that's interesting. And it doesn't go above the line, that yellow, the blue cyan line. It stays below the line too. Interesting how none of these examples go. The only difference is their margins are a bit shorter. So the top and bottom and side margins, they're doing half side. They're doing 95% instead of 90%, which I don't know. It's probably fine. I prefer 95% personally, but so that their stuff is a bit closer to the edge. But I guess if their game is only 4x3, you could probably do that fine. But yeah, so with my one, I've done all the measurements so that the HUD elements themselves, like your HUD timer and stuff, would be 10% of the screen width at 4x3, not at 16x9. So the way you would do it at 16x9 is, I do have a line for that here, where you would take the metrics and just move them here. That's the usual. So old like PS4 games, no, not PS4, PS3 games and stuff, they would usually have it here. Whereas I'm kind of putting it more this way. Oh, sorry, I don't know why it's moving it weird like that. So that's the difference. If I turn that off, that's sort of the difference between the 16x9 margin and the 4x3 margin. So I don't know, I kind of prefer the 4x3 one because it's closer to the middle, where you will be looking most of the time. And I don't know, it might be, maybe it's not a good choice, but I'm confident with it and I want to give it a try. And I want to see if anyone will actually notice. I know you guys will all notice because I've just told you, but for people that aren't watching, I'm curious if they will notice that I've put it at the 4x3 margin line instead. So yes, there's a lot of dead space around it, but all the essential metrics you're seeing, like your time and score, it's closer to where Gabby is. So your eye travels a shorter distance. So I'm just curious if that'll actually perform well. And if it doesn't work, it's fine, because I could just move the whole thing over and put it back here, which is where I would put it otherwise, where it's a bit more out of the way. So, I don't know, that's sort of like a choice I have to make is, do I want to have it sort of in the standard position or close in the 4x3 type position? Gorsvid says, can you make it an option? Probably. I can find out a way to do that. I should be able to find out a way to do that, yeah. That might be better as an option. Drone Music says that actually looks like an actual N64 game and not just a knockoff. That's right. Yeah, so that Corn Kids game I was just showing. Oh my goodness, this is actually amazing. Because I was playing this the other week. I didn't get past the first area yet, but I must have played for maybe an hour, and I had the most fun I've had in a long time, man. Oh my goodness, I had the most fun I've had in years with a new game. And that's saying something, because I don't get a lot of time to play games now, and the games I still play are usually like the games I just have already. I don't usually buy new games anymore. But this is like the one new game I've bought that was like actually fun, that I really enjoyed. Like, it wasn't just fun as in the maximum playtime. He had 4 hours maximum play, like not in the metric kind, but in the, it might have been only an hour, but it was a really good hour. So it made me smile. Like around every corner I was smiling. It was so good. What's really interesting though, I was doing some research about this game because I was really curious. I was like, who made this? How did they make it? Why did they make it? And I went to the BOGO Zone for answers. What was it? BOGOZone.net. See, that's why a good URL you can remember. So that's why I got to come up with a good URL for my website. But this dude, this was insane when I learnt this. In the best way. Insane in the best way. Just the commitment. I'm just trying to find where it was, but he had a page of his previous games. Final Freakend, 2011. And what this is the prototype for Corn Kids. This released in 2011. So the guy was like, this is 10 years that he spent on this project, and it shows, because it's oozing with soul. And it's amazing. And you can kind of already see it from the early prototype. It's a shame this only has 6,000 views. Because this is really cool. Because, I don't know, YouTube culture does not want you doing this. YouTube culture is make a game in 24 hours. And then, you make something terrible because you can't make anything good in that short a time. And you forget about it and move on to the next one. But no, this guy, man, one game, 10 years, and is the best fun I've had in 10 years, probably, honestly. Like, the last 10 years I bought games, this is the best one I've probably seen. I don't know, it was, you guys, I don't know, some of you said that my work is inspiring, and that's flattering, but man, this is the real stuff that's inspiring. This stuff is really cool. That the guys didn't give up on it for this long, and the outcome was really good. And he thought about all this, you can tell. Everything super deliberate, everything, even the HUD margins, everything was so cool. And the website, dude, perfection, absolute cinema, as the kids say. I know that we're in 2006 right now, and that catchphrase doesn't exist yet, but I'm inventing it now. I'm going to originate this meme so that in 19 years it'll become a meme. That's absolute cinema, okay? This is cinema. It's really good. But I don't know, everyone, for whatever reason, hates when people spend time on things, and it just annoys me. Everyone wants everything. Oh, if it takes more than 6 months, then it's over. It's over. It's like, shut up. This guy, he knew what he was doing. And that's stuff I think that ought to be celebrated. Leo says, I saw a rhythm gameplay, and I always thought that it felt nicer with the aspect ratio was 4:3. Oh, cool. Yeah, because there are some games I think that work. So, I don't know, my game, maybe? I'd like for it to maybe be at least look decent, because there are some games that you just can't play in 4:3. So I want mine to at least be one that you could, but also you could just play at whatever aspect ratio. So, because it does have ultra wide support as well. But yeah, I think the option would be to have like a HUD anchor option of, do you want it to the edge of the screen so that no matter, even if it's ultra wide, the thing will move, or do you want it fixed at this specific spot so that even if you run it in ultra wide, it's still going to be like pixels, X pixels from where the middle of the screen is. I think that would be the option I do. But yeah. Sierra says YouTube culture is either I made this in 24 hours or oh my god guys, new mascot horror game. I haven't seen a lot of, I guess horror games are, I am seeing a lot of that now. I think since Choo Choo Charles, because that guy got like super famous or something, and now every person I ever see, every game dev podcaster is all making horror games now, and it's, I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but I can notice a pattern. It's like a lot of horror games. But yeah, the one I do notice the most is like the 24-hour. We're making the default character. We're making the default Unreal character jump on moving platforms in 24 hours. Yeah, I see that all the time. What if you double up on the hard shadows, says Cosmic? Oh, I think I am doing that already, actually. I didn't realize I was doing this, but I think I am doing that. So the hard shadows... Yeah, because I've got hard shadows on the text and hard shadows on all of the elements, which adds another shadow to the text. So I don't know if that, actually, I'm not sure about if that's a good idea. To have double shadow on one element, not the other. Because I didn't mean to do that, it just happened. Or I'd use this shadow on the background. That's what I would want. Yes, I want to move this on the background. Yeah. So that the shadow on the background is like more opaque. Actually, it's 75% opacity. What's the text shadow? What's the text shadow like? That's 75% too? Oh, it is. Okay. Well, the background element though does have opacity on. So if I turn the opacity off, the shadow should be the same color. But yeah. So anyway, in terms of progress, that's sort of what I've been cooking. In terms of getting this implemented in the editor, I'm not sure when I'll do that because I do have to get my videos made first before I make more progress on the game without telling people, because I do need I have a devlog I have to run. I need that ad revenue. So it's not, for me, it's not a high priority to implement this immediately, but I at least want to know that when I do get around to doing it, I'll know what to do. That's kind of my main thing. So and I did want to do something else besides just editing this week. So Sierra says, I think things like Poppy Playtime. Oh yeah, like the Five Nights at Freddy's kinds of games. Yeah, I see a lot of those too. Cosmic says, what if you do it again? You mean more shadows? We'll try. We'll humor him. I think I know where you're going with this. I've seen some people do this, I think. You guide me here, Cosmic. So you want another set of shadows on this. Okay, check me out. Like that? See, I don't know if that's what you mean, because it's... I don't know. I feel like all the shadows should be like the same opacity. Like I'm going to try and just set them all to 100% for a moment. And maybe try a different color on some of them. Actually, what I'll do... I'll do it all on the parent object. And I'll turn them off here. So that I'm just going to try the double shadow, you say. The double shadow. I'm just going to give it a shot. So if I take a shadow, maybe I'll make this a different color. I don't know. I don't know if you specified whether you wanted a different color, but I feel like, I don't know. Oh, actually, I don't like how that looks. I might just do the darken. Or like a hard shadow and a diffuse shadow. Maybe that's like that. I don't know. Is that what you meant? this font also fits very well with the scoreboard. Thank you. I'm not sure if I will be able to use this for the final outcome, because this is just a free, it's a free like rip of a commercial font, but I just wanted to play with it just to see if I did like it. But I don't know, it's probably like $200 or something. So we might be getting into the territory now where I actually have to buy fonts, because I do like it. I like it too. I think it kind of fits Gabby and it fits the game's energy, but it's a premium font. It's not some default Windows font. But you know, maybe that's what I have to do to get the result. But yeah. So is that what you meant by the double shadow? Like the having like a diffuse shadow and a sharp shadow? I'll up the opacity a bit on this. Oh, you mean you doubled up the hard shadows? Sorry, I misread it. Double up the hard shadows. I don't know. I'm not sure if I like it because it draws too much attention to the shadow, I think. Because I don't know. That's the first thing I notice straight away is unless I said it right. I don't know. It's a bit too strong, I think. Unless I add the opacity back to the background. I don't know. It's a bit strong, I think. Maybe, I don't know, because it does. It kind of makes it a little more readable, but if I take that, okay, no, I'll hold on a minute. I think what I'll try is just what I had, because then that way the shadow goes onto this part instead of going behind it, and then I'll add double to them individually instead of having it on all of them at 6 pixels instead of 3. So that's the other thing too, is that as I'm doing this, when I used to use Photoshop to design stuff, I didn't know what numbers to put in, because and I don't know, a lot of people I know don't care, and they think, oh, you just eyeball it, mate. Just use the slider. You can get whatever number you want. Just eyeball it, mate. It's like, no, don't freaking eyeball it. They have these number fields for you so that you don't have to just eyeball it, and you can actually be precise. And one thing I'm noticing is that it's a lot easier to be precise. Well, the grid thinking, it kind of makes you know what number to put there without you having to mess with the slider and, oh, I think I like this number, I think I like this. Like, you spend less time fidgeting and more time just commanding and going 50%, 6 pixels, 3 pixels, and you just know what number to put in immediately. So we're trying the double. Actually, yeah, man, it's kind of growing on me a little. I'm just a little worried that it's like too much shadow. Or, yeah, because it does make it a little easier to read. It makes the text, the icons not so much. I think it kind of hurts the icons a bit, but the text, it makes it easier. Or what I'll do, I'll like mess around with this color overlay, and we'll try like really dark, which I guess is fine, and then really light. I think I'll add an adjustment layer as well and just up the levels, because I should get screenshots of like the sky or so. Maybe I do have I need a screenshot of the outdoors to see how this looks, and I think I might have one somewhere. So because I'm curious now that you've mentioned the shadows, do a bit of live feedback. Feline devlog preview exports. Feline 0.14, because I did a bunch of like outdoor test scene stuff, screenshots with the shaders. I'm going to chuck one of those in, and so here's an in-progress screenshot of like me messing around with materials. I'm just using it because it's bright and I want to see how the UI looks against it. I guess we'll chuck in some of these for good measure as well. Yeah, some of these. So we'll get some different biomes, you could call them. Different scenery. We'll scale this all the way It's not. This is at like a cropped aspect ratio, but that's fine. I'll turn off the dialogue for a moment. Turn off the watermark for a second. And we'll see how this looks against the different. I don't need this one. Yeah, so this is kind of where I worry. Is like against a background like this, is it still good? Is it still readable? My eyes are having a bit of a tough time making out the numbers. Might not be a problem. Maybe that's just how every HUD is. I'm gonna mix it up. Without the shadows on those elements, though, it does look a little better. Without the double shadow on the background, it's a bit more clear. Maybe with a lesser radius. Maybe if I do... yeah, I don't think I like the double shadow on the background. It makes it too muddy. Because I want the emphasis on the text, not necessarily on the little accents. Those are just decorative. You don't really. They're just there to kind of make you look at. It's there to kind of add margins to the text. Like you know how like school paper, it has like those lines on it when you're in your school book, which I don't know. You guys are all. One of you said you were when you were in 2006 you were born, so I'm assuming you're still in school, and you guys have those books where it's like they got the blue lines across them. That's kind of the purpose of this. It's that it gives you like a visual clarity hierarchy from a glance, so that your eye isn't trying to connect. Because that's what will happen normally is if you don't have those lines, and if your eye's looking at it, you know, like when you're reading a paragraph and you forget what line you're on. So that part of the reason I've got that there is that it's clear boundaries between each element, so that from a glance, just from the line, your eye can latch on to the line, like these dark lines. Your eye can latch onto that, like hanging onto it, and then it can crawl across to the text, which is like the next element. I know this sounds so crazy describing it like this, but that's kind of what I was hoping for, is that your eye, if your eyes had arms, they grab it and jump onto that and then shift over and read what's there. Because you have to see it before you read it. But if you take those off, you kind of have to rely that the text is strong enough. And to do that with just text is a bit harder. I've not seen a lot of games do it successfully. Some have, though. But I think for me, I need the training wheels, you could call them. The little training wheels to help guide you. Cosmic says, as long as the text is legible from a distance and it's read and quickly. Maybe the double hard shadows could benefit the yeah. So I think I am liking it more on the letters. The icons might need different shadows. I agree. I think they might. So I can fix that because I've got those on its own layer. See, I thought ahead. So I'll move those to this. Oh, okay, that isn't, that's not quite, I guess you could just make the shadow thicker, and that actually might be better, actually, because double shadow, you've got two transparency layers going on, and I guess for some reason on this layer it isn't working, or just one. You could just do this, and make it 4 pixels instead of 3. So that way, you could stop at 5 or 6 shadows, or just 1. You could do that. And then with the icons, I do have these little outlines. I don't remember putting those outlines on them. Because yeah, with these, if I take that same drop shadow, I guess they kind of work on the icons too. But the 4 I think is too much for the icons. 2 pixels looks good. 3, actually, I think I do like the 3 pixels. It's just, the 4 pixels only looks good on the text, and even then you can kind of see gaps. That's the other thing I try to keep in mind, is that I don't want the text having gaps where you see the shadow end. And because I don't know, I've just noticed that any good text I see that has shadows. What I mean is, when you get far away and you see the gap, like this. You look at the letters on the left here. You see when I move it too far down, there's a gap. I don't know if this is a rule, but I don't like the gap. I don't like it. I like having no gap, so it looks like it's attached to the letters. That's why. Because if it's like too far away, it's detached from the letters. But if it's like close enough, you optically go, oh yeah, this is connected to the, you know, it's connected. Which, I don't know, that's how I want it to look. I guess the way you avoid, yeah, you could use, I guess two shadows does give you, it removes that gap. Okay, now I know what the purpose of that would be then. So if I was to do two shadows, I think I would do 5. I do extra 2 pixels. So that the text shadows are more extreme for the icons, but also are still attached to the letters with that double shadow. But I don't know if that's too... Actually, that does look kind of readable. Yeah, I'll zoom it out for you guys so you guys can see. So that's how it would look zoomed out. And I actually... That's not bad. I kind of like it. Because with the one shadow... it's especially on the light background, it's just a little bit harder to read, just a little bit. With the double shadow, it's like there's more like negative shadow to like distinguish the letters. So this is my favorite letter, 9. 9 is a pretty good letter. It's aesthetic. I do like it. It kind of looks like a G for Gabby, maybe you could say. I do like, one of my favorites is the letter 2. It's one of my favorites. I like how the letter 2 looks. Letter 8 and 6 look cool as well. So I don't know, what do you guys reckon? How do we reckon of the double shadow with the single shadow on the icon? Actually, now I am curious what, if I added that same double shadow to the icons. Because I think without it, it looks a little unbalanced. I think I might add it to that too, so it's consistent. Because if one of them has no shadow or less shadow, it feels like heavy on one side and that the text is going to fall down or something. But I like it. Yeah, actually, this might be a cool aesthetic we got going on here, where it's like primary colors, some colored outlines, and then hard black shadows on white. That might be the look. Because that's the one thing I've been trying to work out also for the website. This is partly why I wanted to do this now, is because I want to figure this out for the HUD so that later, when I get to implementing it, I'll know what choices to make. And also for the website, because I want to theme the Project Feline pages with consistent game theming. So that I want to have a default theme for anything that is not directly game related, just like my little personal portfolio and stuff. But then for stuff that's about Project Feline, I want it to have a different theme. And part of the reason that's taken longer than it reasonably should have is because there's so much choice. Because when you make a website without using a web editor, you could literally do anything. Your skill is the limit. And I'm like, okay, I could do anything. I could put this anywhere on the screen. I could make the font whatever I want. But what do I want? So this is kind of helping me work that out, so that when I get to the website theming, which is like one of the last stages too, as well as the name, for the Feline sections, I can theme it the same way as the UI and know what colors, what fonts, what font sizes, what shadow radiuses to pick. Because as I'm doing this, because now I know HTML, CSS, I know how to do this in CSS. I know exactly what you type in. You know, you go drop dash shadow column 3px. You know, I know exactly like what you type. You know, I would know how to do this. I guess the thing is that you want your design being in such a way where it's easily recreatable in other tools. Where it's like, oh, this design of the black outline and the shadow, I could make this in CSS, I could make this in like Photoshop, I can remake this in Unreal so that it looks the same in all of those places. And the instructions, like the recipe to create this text, is like simple. Because I know this probably sounds obvious, but there was a time when I didn't do that, and it was hell, where I was like, I'm going to do this obscure thing that you can only do in this one program that doesn't translate to the others, and now it just makes everything super hard. So I don't know, but I'm liking the look of this. I can't explain what it is, but it feels feline, you know? The word you're looking for is syntax? Yeah, that's right, syntax. See, I don't like syntax, but I can already picture in my head the syntax you do to make this in HTML, which is a good sign. Cosmic says, it helps the look come together. Thank you. Silent Shell says, I know you worked hard on that, but the problem isn't legibility. It's 4 lines too monotonous. If the player can't read it quick, they won't read it at all. So how do you mean? Like, just 4 lines is too monotonous? So are you saying there should be more than 4 lines? I'm just trying to figure out what you mean. Monotonous. Yeah, now I'm thinking, it wouldn't be the thickness. Would that be a variable to consider? Like, would these little things I've got, should they be thicker? Because currently I have 4 of them because there's 4 metrics I've got on screen that I want to track. I want to have like the amount of enemies you've killed, the amount of little secrets you found, a score, and your time. So I don't want to change the amount of stuff that's there, because there's gameplay reasons for it. I don't want to add more just because of, like, oh, I'll add 6 because it looks. I don't want to do that. But if you mean less than 4, like if it's simplified, I can kind of maybe. Maybe the 4 lines aren't distinct enough, says Leo. Distinct enough. Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to work out what you mean. So I'm just going to contemplate that for a little bit. I'm just going to stand a bit further. Actually, no, I'll zoom it so that you guys can simulate this for you. And I'm just going to blur. We're going to do an exercise here. Okay, this is. If you have glasses, now's the time to take them off. And if you're like me and have probably impaired vision but haven't checked and haven't been to a doctor in 10 years, then you can do what I do, where you blur your eyes. I have a game. Okay, I have a game theory. I think thickness might be what you're going for. We're gonna try it. I'm gonna try and thickening these and see if we get a better outcome. Because my voice, my Jedi Council in my brain tells me that the lines are too thin and too spread out. Not the quantity, but they're too thin and too spread out. So either I condense them or I thicken them. I might try condensing them first, just to see. We're gonna go grids and guides. I'm gonna go 16 subdivisions, and we're gonna change the width of the text to be a subdivision less, to do more condensed. I don't know if this will be it, but I just want to see how. I'll make a copy and we'll try both. So on this copy, we'll do maybe like 48. Oh, did that not do it? 48. That's not bad. It's not exactly the way I thought it would align, but it's still like. No, not quite, actually. It's a bit off. It means that every second line is hitting the top of another grid space. So if I had another line here. Actually, no, it is a little off. This doesn't hit the top of that. So it need to be a bit shorter, like 47. Oh no, I don't. Okay, and we'll go a bit less. We'll go 40, 42. Maybe 41. so that the top of each of these is hitting a grid, the top of the letter. Okay, I'm going to try this. It's a bit more condensed, but it might just work. So I'm going to move my little icons. Some of these I just got off like stock images. What do you think of these, by the way? I wasn't sure whether I wanted to put like I just added a kill counter because I thought, why not? Well, just to have something on there, and maybe it's useful to track. Maybe I could add that to the rank system so that it ranks you on the amount of enemies you get. It does do that already technically, but it uses score. But maybe if I separated them out into different things, where score is more about fluency, where and the enemy counter is sort of just how many enemies you've taken out. Having them as separate things, maybe, I don't know. That's because that's something I have seen some games do. I was looking around at UI reference and saw some games separate these. And I was playing. There was another game I was playing. I was playing Doom, the original, because that was on sale on the Steam thing too. So I bought 2 games. It was Corn Kids and like original Doom, like from 1996. And I was playing that game, and the HUD doesn't show you this, but it does track the same metrics as Feline's doing, actually. Because it has a timer, it has kills, it has secrets, which is what this question mark thing is. And it has... Doom also had another thing. Might have been... I think it might have had score. But it had these other thoughts, and I thought, what if I did that in mine? Like, not just because Doom's doing it and Doom's made money. Not like that, but more as in, that was fun, I like this in Doom. And it does reward me in the way I want. And would that work with the Gabby's mechanics being looked at the same way? Where it's a bit, the only real difference is very similar to what I already had. It's just the only difference is that it's just, there's more boundaries between what is going on. So I don't know, it's something I might try. But I thought I'll try it in the UI first, see if I can come up with a good icon for it. Because I know some people want less metrics. I think, from what I can guess, some people would not want more metrics, and I just want to play the game and not be judged or whatever. But I'm not like that. I love being judged. And it's like, I know that especially speedrunner types, they love the metrics. So they go even more extreme, where they have like speed taken into account, like the actual movement, your average speed or something like that. And I'm not sure if I'll go that far, but it's something I have noticed some games will do. Or like Osu, they go pretty crazy with this, where everything is a metric, and I don't know if I want to go that far, but you know, I do know that I think the kind of people that will be playing are probably going to be more inclined to want metrics, because they're results driven like me. They want to perfect, they want to replay it and bring their best, be perfect pretty much, and by every countable metric. So if I make not too many, but if I make the right metrics intentionally, that would give people cause of, I need to get more kills. What if I went through the whole level and killed every enemy and still got an S rank, which is hard. It's like, well, maybe actually that would be fun if I made that measurable and not just an invisible thing. So I don't know, just some thoughts, some game design thoughts. Because I do that just automatically, where as I'm playing the stage, I'll go, okay, this time I'll try killing every enemy and still try and get the S rank time or something. Now, I think I have gotten something wrong with the alignment on one of these. Yeah, this one is coming too low. Yeah, I've aligned these all a little, just slightly wrong. It has to be 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels above the grid line. I remember I did that for a reason, so that it would line up with the bottom of the letters, like that. But the grid and pixel lines aren't exact, which is a bit of a bummer. So that would have to come up. How about there-ish, I think. So if I, yeah, so it's just the lines have to come a bit further up. Like that. Yeah, this one's too low. Alright. So, That's like a before. That's after. I'll zoom out. We'll go 480. We'll do 4x3 480p mode. We'll go full 480p mode. Genuine 480p moment. Because I know this sounds silly, but if it looks good at 480p, it looks good. That's my rule. That's the rule I'm doing. If it looks good at 480p, then it looks good anywhere. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm liking this. I think I liked it when it was more spread out, personally. But I think it's the thickness, maybe, so I'm going to give that a try now. We'll try the next variant. So I'll get those background elements. We'll just do one at a time. Looks easier to read closest to Cybershell? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not convinced yet, but I want to try another variant, and we'll compare those. So I want to see what happens, and maybe another one where we do it thicker and closer together. But I want to see what happens if I keep them spread out, but make these accents thicker. You know, just because. So if I have it, I just gotta think. So it'll come up to the same height as the letters, but it'll also overlap like this, which I guess is fine. I don't know. There's no reason it shouldn't be like that. But I do have to add another. Well, I have a choice. You know, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go in and add another line. So I'm just using the pen tool to draw these shapes, by the way. I probably should be using Illustrator, but I can't be bothered. I know Photoshop better. I can work faster in Photoshop, so I don't care. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, that wasn't meant to do that. Hold on. Yo. How are you guys? How are your ears, guys? I hope I haven't destroyed them too much with this mic. I hope it's tolerable. I do apologize. Hopefully next week the microphone should be back better than ever. But yeah, sorry about the 2006 quality. But hey, we're doing 2006 quality graphics here. Very fitting to have 2006 quality audio to match. So what I'm doing here is I'm making it so that the little chamfered edge here is the same width as on the other side, and I need to make it so that these lines, because here's something I've noticed that might be a problem later, but I'm not sure. But in Unreal, when I'm thinking ahead of implementing this, worst case scenario, I have these as bitmaps, and the reason that's the worst case scenario, like what I mean is you go to the Slate UI thing, I think that's what it's called, the editor, and in Unreal you open this and you make just an image background and you set it to this image. I export this out like individually, let's say, and make that the image. The problem with that is that it's unscalable, so if you want to change the size or run it at 4K instead of 640p or whatever, either you have to make this image super high resolution so people don't notice, or you have visual aliasing so that when people run it at high res they notice aliasing on the thing. And I guess that's just all old games have this, so maybe it's not a huge deal, but I want to try either finding some way to put vectors into Unreal so that I can just make this a vector instead and not worry about it, or if it has to be a bitmap, make the bitmap in such a way where the aliasing is not really as noticeable, or it's like it's able to be mitigated. So the thing I've just been doing out of habit is anytime I have an edge like this that's a corner, I do it at a specific angle so that it isn't basically it's like so that anything that's slanted is not a random amount. Like the slant is you're never going to have a situation, I have the situation now because I've scaled all this, but this is the problem I'm talking about, and this is what I want to not have. What I don't want is you see these lines, you see how like I've got the chamfered edge here, I don't know if I can use. I'll use the brush tool to make it a bit easier. So you see this? I'll do it without the drop shadow. Where's pencil? I want the pencil tool. Yes. So this corner, this, and this are at different angles, and that's not cool. I don't like it, because if you measure that against this, this is more diagonal and this is more vertical, and they aren't the same angle. They might look, from a glance, they might look like the same angle, but they're not. One of them is they will intersect eventually, and I don't know, man. I don't think that's allowed. I don't know why, but the voice in my head says not allowed. So I go, okay, voice. So what I do is I make them all 45-degree angles, like this. So they're all at that angle. Anything in there is either a straight angle, it's either a straight line, like this, or it's at 45 degrees, and nothing else. Only those three angles. Now, I don't know if that's there's probably some more sophisticated reason that some Swiss guy has probably come up with of why that's probably a good idea. But I just know in my soul that it's good to do that, because it's less amount of angles, all the angles are all consistent. There's no choice of, do I want to make this element 20 degrees instead of 30 degrees? It eliminates all of those choices, and everything you go, okay, anytime I have an angle that has to be one value, it just takes out choices. So that to me is probably good. Anything that removes choice that gets you a cool outcome is probably good for you. So what I do is I'm trying to click on this. Come on, pen tool. Give me something. I'll turn off the shadows and all that. Come on, I gotta have the right layer selected. Okay, I want to have So what I do with the pixel grid on, because the cool thing about 45 degrees is that you can actually see visually when you've hit 45 degrees, because 45 degrees is exactly diagonal. It isn't slightly diagonal, it's not slightly vertical, it's exactly going straight through the middle of the pixel. So when I look at the line and see that all the pixels where the line is going through each corner, that's how I know, oh, this is 45 degrees. Pixel perfect 45 degrees, to be precise. If you do stuff like this, the aliasing is going to be inconsistent, because you're going to have, it's it's cutting through a little bit of this one, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. And you can see that the width between each pixel is different. But if you do 45 degrees, it's all down the middle, down the middle, down the middle, down the middle. And it's perfect 45-degree angle. And I'm like, all right, well, anything that's close to perfect, I should do. So then when you've done that, like I've just done, now it's visually it just looks better. You won't be able to explain why, but I know why. Because when you had it before like that, it's one of the angles is slightly too stretched, and you go back, and it's all right, now it's cool, because it's consistent. I am worried though if that's measured up properly. That might be out of alignment that I've moved this. Because one thing I also want to check, and this is just a habit, is that that's the same height. Okay, it is. Cool. So this whole sector is one height, and then cool. All right, that should be fine. So that way it's all consistent angles. It's either 90 degrees, 0 degrees, or 45. Those are the only three choices you get of angles. Because I did want to have you could just do squares, but that's kind of boring. You could do squares, yes, but you could do angles. But if you do them right, you could do them like this. Because that's what I did start with. I just had squares, square background for everything, for all my friends. You could do like this, but it doesn't look as angular and cool and this, because the game's mood, the game's spirit, the game's attitude, every choice has to be about movement, and 45-degree angles, because they're slanted, gives me that sense of movement, whereas the square, it doesn't really. It gives me a sense of you couldn't be bothered to come up with a graphic and you're just going to use a square. And you could try and hack this with a 45-degree shear like this. I mean, that's kind of alright. It's a bit basic though, but I might last resort to this one perhaps, but for the moment I'll go back to the cool, sophisticated sort of this, whatever this is. I don't know, I just came up with it randomly because I thought the shape was cool. But it's all pixel perfect. And when you have it pixel perfect, it means that the aliasing is like, it behaves kind of more, like you won't see the line's thickness variate. Even if it is alias, it's going to be like the same width. And I don't know, you can control it a bit more that way. So I like the idea of that. Whether it actually works, I guess we'll find out. So now I take all these and move them. So that's it with a thicker background, and then we'll try the other version as well, where we condense them and thicken them at the same time. So we've got the thinner ones, we've got the thicker ones. Actually, having them both there looks kind of cool. Kind of gives them this, like, this edge corner, I'll just hide this, but just with this, it kind of looks like it has like a glass material with this sort of shade going through the middle. Kind of like how old apps used to do. You know how like old iOS apps have that shine on the top? I don't know if you guys remember, you guys might be too young to remember those days. Old, gotta remember some of you were born in 06. Like this stuff, skeuomorphism, where, you know, every app used to do this. God, I miss this so much. But every app had like the white sort of shine, like this. Oh, beautiful! It's so beautiful. But this sort of thing. So I don't know. Having them both overlaid gives me a sense that there's highlights on them. So I don't know if maybe that unintentional. That was a happy little accident. But that's, I kind of like it. I have to fix it though, but it looks kind of cool. But now I want to try it condensed, and then we'll see how we fare. So if I take those, what was the line thickness I did on the others? It was did I keep that? Yes. So line thickness, the paragraph width was 41 pixels. Or points, whatever the metric is for text. 41. Boom, baby. And then CrossFit misses that? Yeah, man, it was the best. Imagine you open your home screen and every icon has that, and it's like, oh, you just ascend. It's so good. It's like in your brain you hear the Gangster's Paradise intro. You hear the chorus whenever you click on an app. It's amazing, dude. It was so good. And then everyone was like, nah, man, we're going to have the flat background with no detail. We're going to have nothing. Just flat color. It's like, okay. What do you kids call that now? Recession indicator? Is that a recession indicator, chat? When the company stopped doing skeuomorphism, does that mean we're in the decline of the Roman Empire right now? Is that a symptom? Could be. But no, we're not going to worry about that. we're not going to think about that right now. The decline of our empire? No, that's fine. Nothing's going on. Oh, everything's becoming less beautiful? No, it's probably nothing. It's probably just, you know, that's probably not a big deal. It's probably just fine. Okay, for some reason I can't click on the icons. Oh, here we go. Because I gotta move those to be lined up. Zenitara says, yo, I'm back after so long a stream. Yes, I am sorry, by the way, for the audio. My good mic is out of order for the moment. So I'm using my webcam microphone, which, I'm sorry, I know it sounds so bad. It sounds like we're in an Xbox lobby, but, you know. I mean, great things happened in Xbox lobbies. That's where our legends like Danny G were born, so I'm, you know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it ends up being a good luck charm, where all the good days of development is when we have the bad quality mic with the bad quality camera. Maybe I just need to downgrade all my equipment. Maybe I'll get better results if I get an old desktop CRT instead of what I'm using now. If I get like gonna get an old like $50 computer monitor from the bin. If I do all that and I get like an old membrane keyboard, if I do that, maybe I'll ascend. Maybe all my design will magically get better. God damn! What if that's actually true though? That'd be interesting. That would be so interesting. Oh, I don't want to open that. No. Yeah. So I'm just gonna move all the. I don't know. Where is this? Okay, it's line to the top of each grid. Perfecto. So that's it with the thickened accents. Thickened accents condensed. I should name these. Metrics thickened condensed. This is metrics thickened. And this is metrics condensed. Oh, no, this is just metrics normal. Where did the other one go? Oh, here it is. This was metrics condensed. And then just as a little experiment, we'll just put them next to each other. I don't know if we're able to fit them all. Boom. I am kind of, the gradients are growing on me though. Where does this one go? Oh, wait, I want that one. Yeah. And then I'll take them all and I'm just going to move them over to the 16:9 margin for the moment, just so I can have them all on the screen. I guess it's kind of useless having them all next to each other, actually. We'll go one at a time. So what background will I pick? We'll do this one because it looks the hardest to read is on this one. So whichever of these looks the best on this background with the bright sky. The reason this is also the hardest is because the sky is actually brighter than the text. A little trick is, I don't know if this is deliberate that other people do this, but the text is not actually white. It's actually slightly gray for this purpose, so that when the sky is brighter, the text isn't fighting with it, so that it's slightly darker than the brightest background. So it's actually 90% in the OK lab color space, which is what I was using for the textures as well. So if you go into the color, you'll see the lab, instead of at 100%, which is white, it's at 90%, which is gray. But against, I don't know, I thought it looked better with the white background. But if we could try it with white as well. Yeah, I think the white, it's higher contrast. But in the bad way. Like, no, it's not higher contrast. It's higher contrast against the shadows, but it's like lower contrast against the background because it's the same color. So we'll I think I'll leave it at the gray. But I don't know, because that's something I noticed with these, when I was doing, like, looking at these subtitles from the DVD extras, is that these aren't white. These are, I don't know if it's just because they're low res and I'm getting the pickup of the aliasing, the filtering or whatever. But I'm like, even when I go into the middle here, this is like not white. It's like slightly gray. So I just did what they did. There we go. Here's our one. So I'll zoom out. We'll do. What's the phrase that the guy says? Bachelorette number 1. Thin accents spaced out. Bachelorette number 2. Thick accents spaced out. Bachelorette number 3. Thick accents condensed. And then Bachelorette number 4, Princess Fiona. No, I'm just kidding. Bachelorette number 4, condensed thin accents. So, I'm not sure. I don't know what speaks to me yet. Sierra says, need to fix readability issues? Simple. Render 3 of the same HUD on the screen. That way player can't possibly miss it. Yeah, just have the HUD copy pasted in all the corners. And have them render 3 times. Be 3 times as opaque. That's cool. Sierra also says, I probably need to start using OKLabs. Yeah, OKLabs, I mean, don't just use it because I'm using it. I'm using it because it's easy for me to choose colors. So that should be the reason. Don't just, Raymond uses it, so I'm going to do it. So I don't know. I like it because I can pick, it maintains luminance and color, which that's why I like it. There might be a better thing though, so I don't know. You have to research on your own for that. Personally, 2 or 3, leaning to 2. Okay, we'll go back. So that's number 1. That's number 2 and number 3. Yeah, I think I am noticing that the thicker accents are a bit easier on the eyes. But I do wonder if I offset them just a little bit more from the thing, so that this line, it was, because at the moment the top is aligned to the top of the grid, but if I aligned this part to the top and brought them all down just a little bit, I think I like that more, because it's more space between the letters. It means at the bottom, you see how here it's very squished? There's like more shadow and less accent. It's like covering all the accent. But if we move it down a few pixels, there's a bit of margin, there's a bit of breathing room, and it's like jumping out, like the text is jumping out of the accent instead of being shoved in the accent type thing. Like it's got three-dimensional, what's the word? Dimensionality, three-dimensionality. Yeah, like that. Gives a bit of space, but I don't know if that's too much. We'll do 6 pixels. 6 is okay. I'll do 8 pixels. I think I like 6. So I think I like them with the background, the accents offset just a little bit. I don't know if the same will work though for this. Maybe. Ooh, that's a bit of a tight fit actually. That's a it's very tight fit. I think I want it halfway. 5 pixels, it's halfway. Oh no, actually, if we don't count the shadows, if I just go purely based on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do it like that, which is kind of near where it's only a few pixels down from where I had it actually. What's the grid tell me? Because if I have it there, it's too close to the element below it. I don't know. Maybe that's not a problem, but it's a bit crunchy. It's too close. It should have been a pixel up anyway, though. What if we, I'll go up, we'll up the sub, because I guess the more condensed you get, the more subdivisions you need to be more precise. So we'll go 32 subdivisions and see if we can line it up with, because it should be grid aligned anyway. I don't know, I guess that's the, no, I think it's too, not enough room to really do that. So we'll go back to this one. If I just zoom out and try the different backgrounds. It's kind of, this reads kind of nice. It's pretty good. I'm just going to leave this on the screen for a sec. I know it's really small, but I'm doing this on purpose. Actually, what I should do, I should have them all on the screen at once in like different. Can I open a new window with the same document? I don't know if it lets me do that. What I will do, yeah, I'll just copy this to a temporary document for the moment. So if I take all those and the screenshots, I've got some black and white filters too, just to test it. So if I duplicate those to just a new document, and I'm going to just have them all on the screen. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do new, yep. Duplicate, new, duplicate, oh, that's 4. So this will be the 4th one, this will be the 3rd one, this will be the 2nd one, and this will be the 1st. And then what I can do is, oh yeah, this is what we had before, where it was just, oh, did I show? I don't know if I did show this. This was from a few days prior when I didn't have any accents and it was just text and shadow, but I don't know if that'll hold up as well. But I don't need that open. But I do need arrange. I want 4, yeah, like that. And we're gonna center all these so that they're all basically kind of at 480p now, more or less, a little bigger than 480p, but it's close enough. And I'll change the background back to something. We'll do the lab level, where she's in motion, except kind of it's a screenshot, but you know, you get the idea. Actually, we'll do it on the darker background first. I just want to kind of see how this looks. Sorry, I'm a little quiet. I'll get to chat in just a moment. There was something else I was going to turn on. What was it? I can't remember. Jada says has depth, I would say. Yeah, with it further from the text, I think so. Zenik, sorry, I'm messing up your name. Zentrixa says, as someone from the outside looking at game dev, you slowly start to lose your brain. Yes. Yep. Or you become schizophrenic and get multiple brains. That also has been known to happen. So, what do we? I don't know. I'm just gonna look away and just. What does Cosmic say? Cosmic says the Frutiger arrow. That's high praise, my friend. You can make a new artboard with 2 and have different mock-ups. Oh wait, sorry, you were reading my mind, dude. I accidentally did what you instructed without reading it. But yeah, I'm gonna switch to a brighter screenshot because I'm not. It's a bit harder to read on this background anyway. But yeah, the thinner ones, I can see what you mean. Who was it that said that? I mean, you know who you were. With it looking monotonous and like harder to grasp, I can see what you mean now. It's a bit thin. I'm gonna do the daytime test environment screenshot. Let's see how this looks. I might need to come back to it like another day and just because I have to forget what it looks like first and get a new first impression because I've been looking at this for a few hours now. So just curious how it looks on the white there. I think the for the thicker margins, for the thicker things, I think the opacity needs to be lower. It's a bit too high. We'll do 50. No, it's too low. 70, 60. I think 70 looked good. 70. We'll do 75 because it's a multiple of it's a quarter. So it was at 80%. We're going to change it down 5% because with more thickness, it draws your eyes more. I don't know. I almost feel like the thick one is like a little too thick, but the thin one is too thin. I don't know, maybe if there's like a middle where it's like the... Because I'm just having a hard time reading the text as easily with the I don't know why though. Like when I blur my eyes, the space on the thin ones, I don't like optically. Yeah, they look less balanced, but the text is. I find the text easier to read because the background is in more like the background is around the stage background, not the UI, but the actual like letter silhouettes you can make out clearer because the background, the metric accent isn't over as much of it. Whereas in the thick ones, the metric is the accent's thicker and it's taking up more of the silhouette of the letters. And I don't know if that's just me, but it's making it harder for me to look at the letters. I'm looking at the accents too much and not the letters. Whereas in the thinner ones, I'm looking at the letters, but the accents do feel a bit under. They need to be a little thicker. But I think the thick one I did is too thick. I don't know, those are just my thoughts, but Zen Trickster says my brain just shuts down after writing. I mean, do you really have a brain if it doesn't shut down every so often? Are you really thinking if you're not blue screening every day? I mean, come on. Everyone, we all blue screen all the time. Try making the thick one 5 or 6 pixels thin. Yeah, you know what? You're reading my mind, man. I was thinking exactly. It's like this has got to be 6 pixels thinner. I don't know why 6, but that's just, that's just the number. So we're going to go back to the master document here. Where the source, return to the source, and then I'll try out, because I think I've ruled this already. I'm not going to do the thin ones this spread out. What does it look like? Actually, if I draw them, if I do your, who was it? Sierra said, if you draw it twice, if you actually do have it twice over, it kind of does help a bit with the, because it's just upping the opacity pretty much. But the, so we'll make it like a pixel, 5 or 6 pixels thicker. Well, I think, I want to see if I can get it grid aligned still. Here's what okay, let me just stop yapping for a moment. And, what was this? Oh, okay, no, I don't want this. This was the big one I had over everything, but I think that just takes my attention completely off the game when I have that big background. We can compare it if you guys want to see it. That was like the big panel, but I don't know, I'm not... I mean, it is easier to read the text, but it's almost too easy to read the text. Like, I'm not looking at Gabby anymore, I'm just looking at the UI. Zen Trickster says, you know the meme of the guy trying to explain things? That's Raymond right now. Bro is talking in pixels? Yeah, maybe by 5 or 6, and to me it all looks the same. Well, you're wrong, okay? Shut up. I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. I know he swapped those numbers. I knew it was 6 pixels. For those who don't get that, that's the Chuck McGill mental breakdown monologue from Better Call Saul, which is an amazing show, by the way, which you should all watch. But oftentimes I do feel like Chuck McGill, not gonna lie. I see all the patterns. I know it was Jimmy! I always see it. And everyone's like, no, Ray, you're crazy. You're schizophrenic. They literally did call him schizophrenic in the show. Like, Charles, you're just schizophrenic. You're like, I am not crazy. But he was right. That's the cool thing about Charles McGill, is that he was 100% right, for those that actually watch the show. He has this mental breakdown where he's blaming his brother for everything. It's like, Jimmy stole the numbers. He orchestrated this whole thing to make me look bad. And he is 100% right, because it did all happen. But everyone was he was up against an enemy beyond his ability, who knew exactly how to make him look like a fool. And it worked. But I know, that's how I learned that whenever you come across someone that says they're not crazy, they are correct. Like Charles. The greatest legal mind I ever knew. Sierra says, I'm not crazy, everyone else is. Yes, this, but actually me. No, but the pixels do matter. I was watching a stream once of literally someone doing this with like NFTs or something. They were like trying to do their own NFT thing. But it wasn't like AI, it was like they were actually hand making these little Pokemon cards. And they're literally going through the brightness and adjustment. And it's like, alright, we're going to try it with like 10% brightness and 20% brightness, and we're going to A-B it back and forth for like 10 minutes until we like it. And I'm like, well, I mean, it looks pretty good by the end. So I'm like, all right, well, if that's the level that they do, if that's how serious they are, then I gotta be just as serious. So what I will do, I will get, yeah, we'll get these, because these ones have the little corner piece on them. So I'm going to use that. I think I know how thick to make them now. So this, just for proportionality's sake, I just have a feeling that what I need to do is I've got to decide what grid line these will sit on. And I think I need to see enough of the silhouette. That's the main priority. So these need to be at the same, like, I think they need to be where the bottom, like, of the text is, like that, and then I'll work out from there, like, how the thickness of everything else. So where should this bottom part be then? That's the question. I think this should be, because I can't make it too thin, otherwise we have the same problem as before. But I can't make it too thick, otherwise we have the same problem as before. What if I do this? No, that's too much. Okay, I've just made it. Congratulations, you played yourself. That's what I just did. Oh, that, wait, no, go back. That was kind of nice. I didn't measure the pixels, sorry, I was just intuiting it. See, I'm not crazy. I don't always do it just by the pixel. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's about 60 pixels. No, okay, I was way off. See, I am not crazy, I'm normal. It's 28 pixels, 26 pixels tall. Is that enough? Is that too much? I need to turn off the accents for a minute. I need to turn off the shadow. I need to see just the shape. I need to see where it is. Because I don't like that it's off grid. I want to make it, can I get it so that it's on grid and it's like proportioned well? And I like that this top corner is on grid. I just don't like that the bottom is off grid. Because if I move that to on grid, then it's too thin. It's like slightly thicker than it used to be, but it's still too thin. But if I then move it another grid down, it's like too thick, I think. So it has to be somewhere in the middle. Do I need to go down another increment? I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to subdivide more. I'm just going to try, oh, come on, Photoshop, please. I'm going to try, if I move this down, just to see how far apart. You know, actually, that might just be right. I think we've got it just right. It's on grid, no more subdivisions. I just got to change the thing, this thickness and the angles of this angle. What a sentence. 45 degrees, so that all of, no, it's not 45. It's got to be so that all these pixels get cut in half exactly. No, it's got to be there. I know, we're doing pixel perfect graphics. But no, like seriously, I have seen a friend of mine, he's doing like a low fidelity ship combat game. And he's been researching Homeworld 1 a lot, because that's sort of like his gold standard for like what he wants to do in terms of graphics. And it's like a 1990 something strategy game. I'll search Homeworld 1 for you guys to see it. Because he's been looking up all the ships from this game, and the designs and the graphics. And it's like really low. I mean, there's a remaster. I don't know when the original Homeworld 1, 1998, I think, was the original. Oh, here's a picture. So this is sort of what the models would look like, and you will notice that it kind of does look remarkably similar to like the Quake textures and BSP-ish look. Like there's that similar aesthetic. 1999, not 98. But the thing that is interesting is that the textures here, because he was trying to use, he wanted to make a ship like that, but he was using modern tools like Substance Painter, and he was really annoyed by it because it doesn't give you like pixel accuracy, because everything's just Berlinia filtered everywhere. So he ditched because I don't know if this is still a hype thing anymore, but when I was learning Photoshop, Substance had like just come out, and it was like this, oh, this is, you don't have to unwrap your models anymore, you can just paint straight onto the model, it's so cool. And I don't know, I never liked it personally, but my friend was trying to use it, and he actually got so frustrated with the fact that he couldn't get like pixel perfect accuracy that he just ditched it and went back to Photoshop and finished off the texture that way. And he did it way faster too, and it's like, look, it was cool to be able to draw onto the model, but it sucked so much and I couldn't get it exactly right, so I just went back to Photoshop and did it in like an hour instead of like 5 hours in Substance. I was like, man, that's crazy. You'd think all this new technology would be more efficient and faster, as they always say, but you know, I guess it's like another Better Call Saul reference. The old ways are still best at Los Pollos Hermanos. Man, I wish that restaurant was real. I could use some Los Pollos right about now. So yeah, okay, that looks good. I think I like the shape of this. We're gonna turn all the effects back on, so there's like a middle between the other two. And then we'll go about here-ish. Oh, I'll get chat back. I think I lost you for a sec. Guys, can we keep the Xbox mic and webcam? I mean, are you sure? Are you sure? Because once we go Xbox cam, there's no going back. You understand that? Once we go to the Xbox mic, there's no going back. I just want to make sure I feel like I've got this in the wrong position. Where did I, hold on. Where is this meant to be? What grid line is this meant to, okay, I'm not sure if I like exactly what I've done here, where I need to turn off the pixel grid for a sec. This is messing with me so much. It's like a pixel too long to line up neatly, I think, because I want it. Oh, see, when I turn off the pixel grid, it's fine, except here, it's coming up too high. That's the only thing. It's just this little bit is coming up too high. It's like 2 pixels, 1 pixel too high. There we go. Now it's like as close to on grid as you can get. Okay, that's much better. Not that you guys would notice, but you know, it's got to be like aligned perfectly, right? So this should come down to here. 29 pixels between each. That doesn't seem right though. 27 pixels. I don't like these odd numbers, but we'll tolerate it. Basically, it's, yeah, so the line of this grid, the line of the background should hit against those two. So it's leaving a bit of space for the icon, so you can kind of make out the shape of the icon. And it's leaving some space at the bottom for the text, and it's leaving some room for the text as well. So at least there we go, we've got some reasons, some deliberations. I think I do like, yeah, I'm liking this a lot more. because this is too thick, this is like too thick, this is too thin, this is just right. Absolute cinema. Raymond, chill with the pixels. No, I'm not going to. I love them pixels. We love them pixels. Oh, Simon Michelle says, I love the low-res textures. Reminds me of how cool PSP was. Oh man, I wish I owned a PSP. Oh, because I never was into the portable gaming thing, but the aesthetics of that console is so good. Like the curves, the angles, oh my god, it's absolute cinema. It's a great console. I don't know if that's the right use of that word, but I'm gonna say it. The PSP was absolute cinema. But it was really beautiful, but I never owned one. Even the logo was perfect. All right, so I think I am. I just want to try a variant with this condensed, the condensed text with this middle thickness accent. I don't think I'm gonna like it, but I'm just gonna try it anyway to see if I accidentally like it for some reason, because you never know. So I'm gonna move this down. Zen Trickster says, Raymond, did you have any experience with coding before making Project Feline? That is a interesting and not straightforward question. I somehow managed to turn every question into a not straightforward question, but it would depend on what you count as experience. Because I know a lot of people that overstate their experience. So I don't know if you guys had watched, I made a video last week about stop killing games. I totally forgot to talk about that, by the way. But so I made a video on it. I know I'm not really a news channel, but I really thought what Ross was doing was really cool. And there was a guy in that video, he's like some popular streamer guy, who like kind of always talks about how I was at Blizzard 20 years and I'm a game dev. He sort of, I think he kind of positions himself as an authority, but I don't know, I think he exaggerates it a bit. The thing is, if you look at anyone, you can kind of do similar things. I could say that I have 10 years experience in coding, because when I was more than 10, because when I was 12, I learned Unity with YouTube. But I've known other people that use that as like they use that as like professional experience, which is not the same. So the guy that worked for me, even, he had 15 years in the industry, which was actually not true. I don't think at the time he had actually been in the industry. But if what is the company he was at counts, then it would have been 5 years, not 15. But he counts, when I was 12, I was messing around in Game Maker, so that counts as experience. And I don't think they're doing that on purpose. I don't think they know what that sounds like to other people that haven't done that. Because when I hear someone say they have 10 years experience, to me now that means nothing, because technically I could say I have that as well, and I'm not that smart. So I never trust anyone that uses years of experience as a metric at all. I just don't trust it ever. If anyone even says it, I immediately don't trust them. But I don't know, so I don't really know how you would answer that then, because I don't know what you would count. I started like messing around with Unity in 2010, but that wasn't like every day. It was like every weekend, maybe every school day, like for an afternoon. But that isn't like serious 9 to 5 from the age of 12. Like no, it's not like that. And I spent a lot of time just wasting time as well, like doing these little pixel alignment stuff, but way less directed, or messing around with like all the mistakes that people make fun of with other devs now, where it's like they have the 1000K switch. Like I did that stuff. I know why it's wrong, and I learned the hard way. but I've been there, right? So, but I wouldn't count. I don't know. I wouldn't count that as experience because I don't know. I mean, it counts for something, but I don't know what it counts for. I don't know if it counts as experience, because I think when most people say experience, people have different. They all mean different things. Some people are meaning like professional experience, and some people just mean like when did you start tinkering or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know how. It depends on what you mean. In terms of professional experience, I would say 0. That's if you just count it that way, which is a safe metric. 0. And I kind of want to keep it that way because I know people who have experience and I don't like them. I don't know. So I don't know if that's probably the most convoluted, vague answer, but I don't know. Depends on what you count. Cybershell says 100% years of experience is always nonsense because devs who have had a decade of experience who don't even know some entry-level knowledge or techniques, the project show experience. Yeah, I'd say that's a lot better way of. I agree. It's the work. You judge the work. Even more now, there's a bit of a caveat there too because judging the work is not always possible because you only see the exterior, which I've had this happen to me. So the guy I hired about a year, maybe 2 years ago now, I had seen some of his behind the scenes like code, and I thought it was good at the time, but I didn't know what bad code looked like. And his surface work looked impressive, but I also didn't have a good eye either. So I look at it now and I see obviously it's not good, but I didn't know the difference between exceptional and average at the time because I mean who am I to judge? I'm pretty average myself. So that's kind of a thing with hiring that you'll have a problem with if you've tried to do this, is that you basically have to be better than everyone you hire to judge whether they can do it. But I think it was a mistake for me to try and hire people that I thought were better than me because because you can get taken advantage of super easy. Because all someone has to do is claim authority, and if you don't think you know as much as them, they will exploit you. Because they can come up with some convoluted technobabble that you don't have the confidence to understand, and you want to believe them, which is what happened to me. I wanted to believe them and said, oh yeah, sure, I mean, he shipped a game, so he must know what he's doing. But no, heaps of people do that and know nothing, as I learned. But in terms of even judging the work, if you don't know how to judge work actually, and you just look at this picture and go, oh, this is cool, you got to be a good judge too, which is not always. You have to kind of have skill of your own to be a good judge as well. Like the only reason I know how to make this amount of pixels wide is because I've done it badly 100 times, and that's how I know. It's like, all right, well, I kind of have a sense and an eye of what fonts to pick, of what pixels, how big to make it. And even now, I'm not I have to make 4 variants because I'm not good at this either. If I was that good, I would only need the one, and I go, okay, I do it right the first time, easy. I know exactly what font to do and what size to make. Like that's where I want to be, but I'm not there. But if you can't judge the work, I'd say the next best thing is to judge the character. And this is a bit of a more tricky one, and I don't think everyone can do this. You have to be like a certain temperament to be able to judge people's character. But it's something I've tried to pick up on and learn. It's not something I wanted to do, but I've had to. And yeah, you can, if you watch people carefully over a long period, you can intuit a lot about them that will help you predict how good they are, really. And with that guy in my video I was talking about, that Jason Hall, he's a good example of, and I'm not trying to bash him, it's just that he's a good example in the sense that I haven't seen much of his work, and his results look kind of good. Like he's got his pixel art game, and the pixel art's good. He didn't do the pixel art, of course, but the presentation is good. The logo is like good. It's got you get a feeling. All the things about an emotional thing you do get. But obviously, there's a lot of people at the moment kind of criticizing his code, and it's like there's like a huge fun. I'm personally kind of tired of hearing about it, but the the thing that's going on is like people realizing that he might not be as good as he says, or something along those lines. But I think anyone who's just seen him, because he had all these shorts, and if you have seen him, you would already know that from like the first 2 seconds. And the reason I knew this is that it's the defense, it's the character, it's the way he acts. And I'm just using him as an example. It's nothing personal. I don't know the guy, but I've just seen enough of his media because it's so abundant, and you can start piecing together behaviors, patterns, what they behave like, and is it congruent with professional behavior? Is it congruent with an expert? And I've noticed that the tricky people are the ones kind of that fit that pattern, where they have the credentials, they have some results that look cool, but they act like an amateur, and that's like dangerous. And I know this because I've done this myself. I used to be kind of more like this as well, so I know that this is something dangerous, where it's like you think you're good and you want to believe you're good, but you are not that good. It's that cognitive dissonance of you want to believe you're better than you are, but you haven't earned it. And you can tell when someone is in that phase, and even if they do good work, in my opinion, they're someone that ought to be avoided if they exhibit those symptoms, where you'll notice this when they have this dynamic, when if you criticize their work at all, or if you try to undermine their credentials, they get defensive. And if they get defensive, and if they get argumentative over that stuff, and if they are insistent that they are the authority, usually they're not, has been my experience. And that's something you can't really judge immediately from a first glance of their work. It's something you kind of have to, over time, observe. And it's easy to observe in public figures, like this dude. It's a lot harder to observe in real people where you aren't watching a lot of their stuff, or they aren't public figures or something. So with public figures, it's a bit easier to notice. And then I guess they're kind of useful in the sense that you can look for people that meet a similar pattern of behavior in the real world, and you go, oh, is this acting like this public figure I've seen that acts this way? Oh, they're acting similar. Okay, is the character of this person of this kind, and then do they have this inferiority dynamic? And if they do, usually the really, really skilled people don't have that dynamic, from what I've seen. And I don't know. I know this sounds like a huge incoherent ramble, but that's sort of what I mean. It's not always easy to judge skill, but sometimes it is easier to judge character. And if you come with those judgments of, oh, this person is defensive, it will tell you more than their skill will in that case. And it's like, all right, even if they are good, is it worth putting up with someone that like can't be criticized, that always has to be right, and like is going to be difficult and a problem, even if they do like the visuals? Because I don't know, I've never seen a case where someone acts like that and has work that is actually that good. It's usually that they trick you into thinking it's good with like basically visual sophistry, you could say. Where bloom, we'll put on more bloom and we'll make it 4K, and like my work's so good. And that's usually what I've seen it, where it's like they cover it with post-processing, or they get it at the right angle, but then the minute you move the camera or you turn the effects off, it just falls to pieces. And if you tell them, hey, this falls to pieces and this could be better, and if they hit you back with, well, actually, this is how the professionals do it. I worked at X place for 10 years, and this is how... If they hit you with that, you just avoid them. Just no. They aren't worth it. You just eject them and get them out. They can go have their 5 more years experience somewhere else, Like, that's kind of my personal, I guess, views on trying to quantify experience. It's not always possible, and sometimes you just have to analyze the character. Sorry, that went way too deep. That went way too... But I don't know. Maybe that's useful. Maybe you don't want to... Maybe that sounds crazy and you don't want to do that. That's fine. That's just what I personally would do. Or you just avoid people, and that also works. That's my favorite strategy. And just do everything yourself. That's what I like doing. Alright, so we've got... I think I like this variant with the more spaced out. This is a little bit too condensed, I think. All right. Well, it was worth a try. I think I like this. I'm going to save it. I'm going to bop it, twist it, save it. Simon Shell says, being afraid of being wrong hurts more than actually being wrong. Yeah. And look, like, I'm not saying this from a judgmental, like, place, because I know because I've done this. And it's something I had to let go of, because it was actually just hell, because you create mental, spiritual warfare with yourself. Because if you are in that state where you need to be seen this way, it's like, oh, I can't handle people not seeing me the way I want them to see. Like, oh man, it's so exhausting. Look, I'm not a huge advocate of you should not care about X, but I think this is the one case where that's like the one thing you shouldn't care about. I think is my personal take, because when you do care about it, it's so exhausting, man. It's just not worth it. It's just so exhausting. Because you're always constantly worried about, like, am I coming off professional enough? Do people trust me enough? Am I credentialed enough? And if you need to ask yourself that question at all, the answer is no. Like, you know how in The Matrix they have the scene where Neo visits the Oracle, and this is going to go real deep. Don't laugh, okay? We're going to go real deep for a minute. But The Matrix, he goes to visit the Oracle, and he's like, all right, now open your mouth and let me check and say, let me look at your hands. Now you know what I'm going to tell you. And it's like, I'm not the one. Sorry, kid. You got the stuff, but it looks like you're waiting for something. Like, it's the same state of mind if you're in this sort of, if you're on the defense all the time, and you need people to believe in your credentials. It's like the inverse opposite of that, where it's, if you need people constantly, like, affirming that, the outside world affirming it. You know, the reason why Neo is the one is that he wrestled the doubts the right way, but the way you knew, if they did the movie this way, this is how you knew he wouldn't be the one. This is how you know. If Neo then went to the Oracle, and he already thought, yeah, I'm the one, that's me, and then the Oracle told him, no, you're not. And then he goes like, oh, but he starts, like, you know, doing the soy face, going like, oh, but I was the one for 20 years. I worked at the one company. And if they start doing that, like, there's a reason why Neo didn't do that. Okay, there's a reason why Neo didn't immediately, when someone told him, when Morpheus said, I believe that search is over and that you're the one. If Neo had that complex and that flaw in character, he would have immediately believed Morpheus and depended on everyone believing. Like, it would have been like a huge ego thing where it's like, I need everyone to think I'm the one, and if the Oracle tells me not, then they're wrong. They ruminate for the rest of their life, going, how do I convince the Oracle that I'm the one? But, like, you saw the movie, that didn't happen. Neo never had thoughts like that. He was kind of doubtful at first, and he was like, I don't know, like, he was skeptical, which I think is healthy. But then through pressure, he has, like, no choice but to act in the manner that makes him the one, and then he stops doubting himself after that, and he becomes the one. But he isn't. But no one believes him in Zion still, you know. In the next movie, everyone at Zion's like, oh, this guy's supposed to be the one. Get a load of this guy. And he knows that no one really believes him, and there's, like, maybe that one kid that really believes it super. But he doesn't care. Like, Neo's already, like, he saved Morpheus from the agents. He saved Trinity. He's like, I'm good. I've had my trials. I think I can handle this next thing. But he isn't going around Zion saying, you have to affirm that I'm the one. You have to... If you don't call me the one, I'm banning you from Zion. Like, he's not going around doing that, right? So, I don't know. I know this turned into a weird parable about the Matrix, but I think you can read a lot into a movie by what happens, but you can also read a lot by what doesn't happen. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. You can tell a lot about how it should be by what these sorts of movies don't show in the story, or the way that the story doesn't go. Which means that if you ever encounter someone, if you need to pick the one for your job or whatever, I need a guy for this, and I need the one for this. But if the one is acting not like, if they're acting in a way that isn't congruent to the story, it's probably not the one. So I think that's why those stories exist and why they endure so long. That's why everyone still watches The Matrix 25 years later, because it's probably true in that sense. But anyway, and you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Like, does that make any sense through this microphone, no less? I don't know. Basically, I don't know. It's a confidence thing, really. That's what The Matrix is about. Anyway, I think I don't know. I haven't asked what you guys' opinion of this yet. What do we guys make of the UI thickness of the accents? Zen Trickster says, my original question was to be for a way to ask what language should I learn. Another interesting question. But the answer is, I don't know. You should just do what you like, honestly. And that's why I don't think you should really care about credentials, because even the people that know, like, they know what they're talking about, and I worked at Blizzard, if they actually did that for 20 years or whatever, even if you do find those people, no matter where I think they're all going to be using different things. The right thing will be what they are familiar with. It won't be like some specific, oh yes, you have to use Python or I don't know, whatever. It's like, no, these guys that are actually probably the ones are probably have their own weapon of choice, and it isn't chosen for them. It isn't. It's like the wands in Harry. Oh man, it's video essay number 2. Why Ollivander was right all along. But no, I think the tool chooses the wizard in that sense. Where there's tools you can try. There's languages you can try. Just try them all, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, try what you think looks cool from a glance of like, oh, this kind of looks like for me or not. And just eventually, if you try enough, one will be more. You'll preference one over the other, and that will be the right one for you. But it's not going to be what I tell you to do, because I don't know what you should do. I don't know you. For me, my specific choices are like blueprints and Photoshop, and that's my preferences though. But that's because I'm me. It's not going to be the same for everyone. There are some tools like that where there is like a general best case use one. Like Photoshop I would say is one of those rare tools where it's like, it's good for most people, like for 90% of people. But languages, I don't know. Just try all of them and just whatever's your favorite, just do that. I don't know. There's going to be little advantages and disadvantages and technical whatever with each one, but I don't think it really. I think if you care enough, that if you're familiar and effective enough with any language, you can just make what you want work anyway. Like, look at all the old games made with Game Maker. Like, even Jason's game, it's made in Game Maker, and everyone sort of clowns at him saying, oh, he could have made this in Unity way faster. And it's like, well, maybe, but maybe he is more familiar with Game Maker, and that's his best choice. And maybe he doesn't know Unity, and maybe that's fine. Maybe he could learn Unity, but maybe there's something about Unity that he doesn't like, and it doesn't really work with his natural flow. Maybe that's why he chose this other one. And for him, that will be the right choice. But for someone who isn't him, it won't. So, I don't know, just pick, yeah. We gone from code, credit, personality, matrix, code, Harry Potter. Yeah, but look, there is some connections to all this, okay? I know it sounds crazy, but this is the stuff you have to be thinking about as well, because I don't know what your experience is. Are you a beginner? I don't know. I'm assuming if you're asking me questions like what code language to do, I'm assuming you're a beginner if you're asking that. Because here's something else I will say. That if you want to, I don't know what your goal is. Maybe you don't know either, and that's fine for the moment, but you need to figure that out as soon as you can. Because, I don't know, in my experience, it is not good enough to just want to code stuff for fun. I mean, you can, but you'll only ever get good enough to do it for fun. If you want to do something like really cool that has people interested, And look, I'm not the best at this. There are people more interested in other games, but I'm trying. And I think to do that, you have to be paying attention to more than just the code and the language and what tools are the best tools. There's all the stuff I've just been talking about are things you kind of have to keep an eye on at the same time if you want, I don't know, if you want to get it as good as me. Asterisks, I'm not that good, but if you think that I'm good, and if you want to get at the same level, you should want to get better than me. And if that's what you want to do, I think those things you ought to think about. Especially if you want to get way better than me, and you want to have a whole company of programmers, especially the temperament and character, that's something you really got to know. I think all the best teams in the world probably know that stuff. I don't know for sure because I'm not good enough to be that good, but if even I can notice that stuff, then they probably notice it a lot as well. So, middle of beginner? Okay, yeah. Because, I know that all of this sounds like cryptic nonsense. Why is Ray talking about movies to make a point? I know how it sounds, but I wish someone told me. Because I was having these sorts of thoughts already, and I was like, that's probably nothing. I wish I'd gone back and said, no, this you got to think about. Like, these are the stuff you got to keep in your mind. You got to notice the stuff. The more you notice, the more, I don't know, I'm trying to come up with a cool catchphrase. You know how, like, Ty Lopez has that, the more you learn, the more you earn. There's probably another version of that where it's like, the more you notice, the more you, whatever word rhymes with notice. I don't know, but you gotta, I don't know, I think that stuff I think is equally as important as the language, all the dynamics. It's to put it in a word, it's attitude, really. It's attitude. It's skill and attitude. So there's the skill, there's the code, there's the hard code stuff, there's the hard skills, like knowing how to set type and all this stuff, but then there's the attitude. It's like, well, how are you going to do it? Why are you going to do it? What spirit are you bringing? What intention are you bringing? What is possessing you? Because there is something possessing you. You don't know it. But there is an attitude possessing you to make stuff. And you will make it through the code language you pick and all that stuff, but the code language is just a means to an end. It's a means to the thing possessing you to do its work. That's why I kind of don't really see myself as making the game or whatever. It's kind of making itself through me. Like when you guys are asking me how do you know Gabby's personality, it's not that I just sit there and go, and she's gonna do this and then I'm gonna plan. It's like, no, she just does it, and it comes through me writing it or me drawing it or whatever. It just kind of happens from somewhere else. I don't know how to explain it, but it's a layer deeper than, like, because I used Photoshop. It's a layer deeper than that. So it's like the intuition, you could say. The intuition. Anyway, I think I am happy with this thickness. I'll try a different background. I haven't been yapping too long. I'm going to check the backgrounds now. I should probably keep going. I think I like this thickness. It's like readable on every background. If I make it small, I can still read it. I think on darker backgrounds like this, it might need a bit of the coloring. I think it's a little too dark, maybe. The saturation, maybe that's it. I think it may be a little too saturated. I think I know what it is. I'm going to make a little tweak. I think the outline color has to be a little lighter on the accent. Stroke. Zenitrixis says, okay, so I should also ask why I do it and what I do, not only the tool. Yeah, the trick is, and here's the catch with those questions. I'm giving you the shortcut, okay, of like the questions I wish I had focused on more. But here's the trick with those, the real questions, is that you can't ask anyone. And I know that sounds like, what do you mean? What do you mean I can't ask? It's like, no, no one else can tell you those. So I'm not saying that's the only thing that matters. Yes, focus on the skill, get good, do all that stuff. But why you're doing it, what you're doing it for, what spirit is possessing you, that is not a question you'll be able to ask me or anyone else. I won't be able to tell you that. I won't be able to tell you what your goal should be, because if someone else gives it to you, it just doesn't work. I don't know. Because I've done this. Because I guess, to go back to your original question, because this is a good line of questioning, to go back to your original one of how much experience do you have, well, I don't know if I can quantify it in years, but I have experienced that phase. There was a phase of about a few years before Feline, between like 2015 to 2017. I was in an institute at the time. And again, the amount of years is not really the important thing. I was there for maybe like 2 years as a student, 2 years as a teacher. And the amount of years is not the important thing. It's the things that actually happened in that time. And I don't really talk about this a lot, because it's like before Project Feline, it's kind of irrelevant most of the time. But there was a lot that happened during that period where I started to like figure some of this out. And during that period, and this is, if I had known this, I would have started Feline way sooner. But during that period, I was surrounded by other people, like teachers, authorities. Effectively, call them authorities. That's what they acted like. Authorities who, oh yeah, we know what to do. We know what you should do. You got to do this. You should do this. But a weird pattern happened where every time I listened to them, it didn't work. Every time. Like every time, like they tell me, oh yeah, you need to do it like this way. You got to think about it like this. You should do this idea. You should do. Every time I did it, the result was always just mediocre and bad and forgettable. Every time. And I don't know, like that's not why I went. Like the reason I went there in the first place is because I wanted to learn to make this. Like I didn't know this was the game yet, but I knew it's like I need to make a game that's like does this specific thing that gives you this emotion, that makes you this interested, that has Gabby in it somewhere, who was like a childhood character. I'm like, I knew it has to be like that. And I literally left school. I dropped out of school to do this because I was that eager. Maybe I was a bit too young, but I learned a lot. And when I was at this place, surrounded by all these people trying to tell me what to do, it didn't work too well, because all those people were not actually doing the same thing as me. And I didn't know that yet. Because you go to like a game dev school or something, and you assume that game dev means the same thing to everyone, which is not true. Some people are not, like, they have a completely different concept on what the purpose of it is, of what the right call is, what you should think about, what you should prioritize. And if those are not congruent with what you are actually wanting to do, it can set you back a lot, which it did in my case. So I got like held back for years trying to do what my authorities, my teachers were telling me to do, not realizing that this advice was intended for different people, for completely different reasons, for a completely different type of project. Like this was stuff that's meant to be for like studio, except it's not even that. It wasn't even that good, because none of the teachers had actually worked at a studio either. So it was just secondhand, blind leading the blind advice, and it was getting you. The purpose is, we got to get you a job in the industry, except in my city there's like no jobs for it. So I quickly, after years, realized that I can't follow this because it's not what I wanted to do, and it's not for me. Like, it's probably fine for someone else, but it's not for me. And not everyone's goal is to make this anyway. But I didn't know the difference yet. I was kind of, I just assumed that, I want to make this awesome dream game that I've always wanted. That's what everyone else wants, right? And it's like, no, that's not exactly. And not to say that there's a better or wrong or a superior or an inferior reason. It's not like that. It's just people are different. They want to do different things through the same medium, but they're going in different directions. And what will work for them will help their direction, not necessarily yours all the time. Now, most of the time, you probably won't have to think about that, because most people they fit that mold, and they won't have any trouble doing what most people are doing. But if you're a bit weird, like I am a bit, then you'll chafe against it a lot. and you'll have this constant cognitive dissonance that you're doing the wrong thing, and you are right, but everyone else is not going to know because they think that you're wanting to do what they're doing. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded, but the main takeaway is that I allowed these other people to dictate what I should do, and I should not have done that. That was the main takeaway, is that they're all telling me, oh, you got to do this, and I just believed them because they were older, but they didn't really know what they were doing. Like, none of them had actually done anything accomplishment-wise. Some of them had, X years experience at the studio, but the work was average, subpar, or what have you. And their attitude, they were working as teachers, which tells you everything. They weren't actually working in the field. They were teaching in like their mid-30s, which is I think you want to avoid. If it's an old guy that's retired, I think it's a different story, but if it's a young guy in his 30s that should be in the peak, I wouldn't listen. If the best they're able to do in that time is I can teach at an institute instead of participating in the field, I don't know. Because look, I was doing that too eventually, and it sucked. So I don't know. That's the best way I can quantify my year. It's not really in years of experience, but those are just some stories that I have. I don't know how valuable those are to anyone else, but what I learned from it was, there is actually a movie quote that does sum it up. Trinity from the Matrix. Oh, what a coincidence! Another Matrix quote. She sums it up pretty well. She says, "You cannot rely on the Matrix to tell you who you are," and it's true. That's what I was doing, and it was silly. Because if I had, you guys wouldn't be here. Project Gabby wouldn't exist. None of this would exist. So that's kind of, I don't know. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know. But this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to go there to do this, and I was basically being railroaded away from it because I let people do it. That's the thing, because you allow it to happen. All you have to do is say no, and say, no, I'm not listening to you. That's all you have to do. But if, I was like 16 at the time, so I didn't know how to say that. I was like, oh, what do you mean? The guy's older than me, so I have to listen to him. So yeah. So the thing is, even if they were more experienced, even if they were actually skilled, they would not have been able to tell me that anyway, of what I should be doing. They will be able to tell me what their past selves should have done, but they would not have been able to tell me what I should have done, because we're not the same. So the same applies here. Those are just my stories. You can take away whatever you want from them. You might come away with different insights than I did. But that's my own reasoning why that question of what should I do is something you have to figure out on your own. And I know it's not probably the answer people want, because it's way harder to do that, right? It's easier to just have someone else tell you what to do. But that's, I don't think you can. You got to figure it out on your own. And you know how you do that? Here's my next little tip. Get a flip phone, okay? Get one of these, get off Instagram Reels, stop looking at what everyone else is doing, and you will quickly find out I think you'll be able to talk to yourself better and figure that out, rather than having constant radio background noise, I think. So anyway, hope that was a good answer. Delivered to you through premium Xbox 360 quality audio. Man. Follow your passion, yeah, but it's not. But that's the thing. A lot of people do take that too far. You have to follow it a certain way. You have to do it carefully. You don't just don't follow it arrogantly. Don't follow it thinking that it will just work, because you got to do it like a careful, measured, deliberate way. Because there are people I've seen do the opposite. Like the project I was talking about earlier, the guys that didn't center their logo. The boss of that team, he was kind of the too extreme. He was like, I'm gonna do my passion game and it's just gonna work. But he didn't wrestle with the doubts. He refused to acknowledge the doubts. And it was just, it'll work because I said. And he was very, very against being criticized at all. Wouldn't listen to any, like, what if this happens or whatever. He was adamant that no, this will work but not really based on anything. It was just, it'll work because I want it to work and it's mine, which is not a good enough reason. That's like a good starting point, but you got to actually like back it up. I think with, you know, you got to like actually assess honestly, is this thing of chasing this, is this actually going to work because it will or because I want it to? And that's a different, this individual didn't, I don't think, made that distinction very well, and they were very disappointed by the end, because it's like, what do you, and he in denial actually. I don't think he ever really accepted what happened. He was just kind of in denial. It was like, no, it's just the people leaving the negative reviews. They just don't understand. They don't understand my genius game. And it's like, if they're quitting in the first hour, that's not their fault. Okay, you've done something wrong. And it's like, no, I didn't. I put in 5 years of work, and it's gonna be. And it's like, no. So yeah, I've dealt with that too. So I don't know. You can't quantify that with years of experience either. But those are just some characters I've met through my time on the planet. I don't know where I was going with that, but you know, you can't be too follow the passion at all costs either. You got to be careful. Is basically, you'll know. You got to trust your intuition. Cybus Hill says, after Feline, you're going to be a professor? No, I never want to touch academia ever again, dude. It's, I hate it so much. No. Raymond with a flip phone. Wow, this makes me so much more productive. Me with a flip phone. I mean, yeah, to be fair, it is pretty addicting, you know. Just that sound. Oh, it's so nice. So yeah, I keep it far enough away where I'm not touching it. I went in so deep it lost the plot. Yeah, we lost the plot a little bit there, but I don't know, in like a month from now, give this another watch and see what you think of it then. You might start to notice more about it over time. And then in a year from now, bookmark this, and in a year from now, come back and watch it again. In 2 years from now, come back and watch it again. And just, it'll look less foggy, okay? I know this seems super foggy. It's like, it's not making any sense. It's just schizophrenic rambling. What is he talking about? What is bro yapping about? Or whatever you kids say now. But if you rewatch it in like 3 years from now, there'll be less fog. I think you'll probably start to see more of it. Because that's the thing, that's my weakness. I'm a terrible communicator. I know what I'm saying, but I don't know, I have no idea how well it translates to other people. I don't know. So yeah, you guys will just have to find out. Anyway, that's enough yapping from me though. So thanks so much again for joining another little dev stream. How long did we go for? Oh my goodness. We went way overtime today. Well, would you look at that, like, how many hours? Can you guys tell me how many? I can't find the thing. How many hours have we been on? Raymond, are you farming views for my future self? Yes. That's right. I'm farming your views right now. No, I don't know. But seriously though, in a year or 2 years from now, watch it again and see if you notice more about what I'm saying. Because I don't know, the best advice I've seen, I'll end it on this, the best advice I've seen, like even parables about things like the Matrix and stuff, like all these weird Matrix stories I'm talking about, why I keep referencing like old movies, like I pick up on that because I rewatch it so much. Like I didn't watch it for the first time until I was like 20 something, which I wish I hadn't done. I wish I had watched it when it came out. But anyway, and then I like watch it again a year later, and then a year later I watch it again, and then 6 months later I watch it again, and just like 2 weeks ago I watched it again, and each time I watch it I like understand it more. I'm like, oh, that's what that means. That's why they chose this scene. That's why they have this camera angle. That's why they have this lighting. That's why they have this dialogue. And it starts to all like, oh my god, and it's beautiful. The movie ages better. Like that's when you know you've got a good piece of media on your hands. If you got a game or a movie or an album that does this, where you listen to it after years and it gets better, that's super rare. That's kind of what I aspire to make as a creator. Super hard, but that stuff is so good. It's nourishing. That's why I like start having all these weird observations about these, is because I didn't just watch it once and notice it straight away. No, I probably would have watched that movie like 10 times and then I start to try and map that onto the real world and see if there's any things that kind of line up. So it's repetition. So that's why you got to basically in 5 minutes come back and watch this again. No, not that quickly, but refresh it every so often and repeat. Listen to the same thing again every so often. I know everyone's obsessed with novelty now, but there's something. I don't know. You get something out of it. If you can get something out of it the second time, it's when you got something. Anyway, okay, I can't find my little dashboard. Oh, there's my dashboard now. It doesn't tell me how long. 4.5 hours. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Well, I hope that was a good 4 hours, guys. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go pretend that Los Pollos Hermanos is real, even though it isn't. I wish it was. So I'm going to eat, and I'm going to just do some more editing this afternoon. Thanks for joining me, though, for another progress and giving me feedback on the UI. I appreciate it. It's helped me a lot. Glad to know that you guys like the font choice, too. Maybe we'll talk more about that next week or something. But anyway, until then, rewatch the VOD 10 times. Watch all the ads 10 times, please. And I will see you guys next week for more debbing.